Chapter 797. This group was even stronger than the group from the 10,000 Sacred Clan. It was obvious that they were from another force that was chasing after the Snakeman priest. What force is chasing after the Snakeman priest here? Old Yen and company were surprised, but they also let out a breath. The power that the priest used to communicate with the evil god crystal was indeed monstrous. Whoosh! 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 The leader of this group was a burly man with thick eyebrows. He held a long spear in his hand that was overflowing with lightning. You humans came at the right time. The Serpent Man High Priest was infuriated when he saw them. This group had just destroyed the home of the Snakeman race, and the priest couldn't even make it back in time. He wasn't a match for the muscular male. Once he left the black square, the Snakeman priest would find it hard to communicate with the power of the evil god crystal. Boom! Boom! The Snakeman priest waved his staff, and arcs of purple lightning shot toward the group of humans. Arg! The aggressive crowd immediately fell into chaos, and screams could be heard. They didn't expect the Snakeman priest to have such power after entering this place. Extreme lightning spear. The muscular male with thick eyebrows stabbed out with his spear, and the power of lightning condensed to the limit. Lightning streaked through the air like lightning. Bam! A purple and blood-colored light radiated from the Snakeman priest's body, and it merged with the power of the evil god crystal. Although the Snakeman priest couldn't truly use this power, it suppressed the Snakeman priest. The muscular male with thick eyebrows spear wasn't able to break through the Snakeman priest's defense. How is this possible? The muscular male with thick eyebrows was dazed. The Snakeman priest that he had beaten earlier had become so strong. On the other hand, the Snakeman priest casually waved his staff, and a purple and blood-colored light turned into a wave of light that forced the muscular male with thick eyebrows to retreat. The power of the evil god crystal is too strong, even if it doesn't contain any intent. Zhao Feng retreated to a corner. The Snakeman priest's attacks didn't contain any technique. It was just pure power. In terms of pure strength, even Void God Realm Emperors paled in comparison. Luckily, the power of the evil god crystal was just pure power, and it didn't contain any techniques. Anger of the evil god. The Snakeman priest slightly raised his staff, and the power of the evil god crystal suppressed everyone present. The entire black square was covered in a purple and blood-colored light. The experts and elites present all felt that their blood auras and bloodline power were being drained continuously. However, the color of the evil god crystal became even brighter. Zhao Feng finally understood why the power of the evil god crystal was able to sense bloodline experts. Are you Gu Chaoji, who's ranked 145th on the imperial ranking? Let's join hands and fight this Naga shaman together. Ancestor 1,000 dragons we can evil. The 1,000 clan ancestor evil saint 1,000 beasts. 1,000 sacred 1,000 fey sacred 1,000. That Gu Qin dragon from Li. At the same time, he was also a genius on the Great Qian imperial roll, and his ranking was much higher than Kong Failing's. Sure, Gu Chaoji was very straightforward. He told the disciples and elites of Earth Spirit Hall to form a formation and fight against the Snakeman priest. The 10,000 Sacred Clan and Purple Sun Palace were facing less pressure, so they started to counterattack. The geniuses of Earth Spirit Hall, 10,000 Sacred Clan, and Purple Sun Palace teamed up. Their power was not to be underestimated. Earth Spirit Hall was a 3-star superpower. Boom! Boom! The square where the evil god's altar was located started to shake. The Snakeman priest gripped his staff with difficulty, and it wasn't as easy as before. Gu Chaoji and Nan Gongshen, 2 king geniuses, attacked from the sides, looking for openings. Let's kill the Snakeman priest first, then discuss how to split the evil god crystals. The three forces and Nan Gongxing came to an agreement, and their attacks became even fiercer. The Snakeman priest could communicate with the power of the evil god crystal, but he couldn't use its true power. Slowly but surely, the Snakeman priest was at a disadvantage. However, the three forces couldn't do anything to the Snakeman priest. The Snakeman priest retreated to the evil god's altar and used the power of the evil god crystal and the blood pond. If he focused on defense, even two kings wouldn't be able to break through his defense. What was even worse was that the wicked power of the evil god crystal filled the entire square, and the life force, blood, and true yuan of everyone within it started to fade. The life force was then absorbed by the evil god crystal and the blood pond. If this continued, the three forces wouldn't have a good time either. Of course, the Snakeman priest would expend a lot of energy during the fight. We have the numbers advantage. We can exhaust him to death. The attacks of the three forces continued. Some of them even shifted their attacks to the altar. If we destroy the altar, the power of the evil god crystal will be greatly reduced. Old Fei laughed. Crack! Under the intense attacks, cracks started to appear on the altar, even though it was extremely tough. The expression of the Snakeman priest changed slightly. Scorpion King, come out! The priest suddenly roared and waved the staff in his hand. Who, a large, ugly, and pitch-black scorpion man, jumped out of the blood pond in the middle of the altar. Scorpion King. This scorpion man was the one that Nan Gongxing had defeated earlier. The Scorpion Man King's injuries had mostly healed after entering the blood pond, and it was surrounded by a purple and blood-colored light. Its battle power and defense had both increased dramatically. Kill! The Scorpion Man King waved its pincers and charged toward the group of people with a dark, magnificent power. Loser! Nan Gongxing used a spatial movement technique and instantly closed in on the Scorpion Man King, slashing out waves of spatial energy. The pressure on the priest decreased dramatically after the Scorpion Man King joined the battle. The Scorpion Man King's offense and defense were both strong, and it was like adding wings to a tiger with the help of the evil god crystal. On the contrary, Nan Gongxing wasn't at his peak state, so it was hard for him to deal with it. Bam! Gu Chaoji from the Earth Spirit Hall wielded his spear and charged into the evil god's altar several times, but he was sent flying every time. The priest had the protection of the evil god crystal, so he was basically undefeatable in terms of defense. Everyone retreat! Old Fei exclaimed as he felt that the situation wasn't right. Of the two kings, Nan Gongxing had used up most of his yuan qi and was slightly weak. Gu Chaoji wasn't at his peak either. The three sides came to an agreement and temporarily retreated from the evil god's altar through one of the entrances. In the dark tunnel of the underground city, the three sides immediately started to discuss and sent people to monitor the situation of the evil god's altar. The Scorpion Man King returned to the blood pond. The priest didn't dare to let the Scorpion Man King leave so easily, or else he wouldn't be able to defend the altar against the elites of the three sections. Once my true yuan recovers, I'll take action and destroy the altar. At that time, I hope that no one will hold back. Nan Gongxing said. He sat down in a corner and recovered his yuan qi. Good. I also had some powerful secret techniques that I didn't use just then. Gu Chaoji nodded his head. The key to dealing with the priest was to destroy the altar. As long as the priest used the evil god crystal's power, it would be greatly reduced, and he would definitely die. In the next day or two, the geniuses and elites of the three sects were all resting. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, was full of energy. He hadn't done much in the underground city yet. Dark lightning would. Half a piece of pitch black would appear in Zhao Feng's hand, and he circulated the wind lightning technique to absorb the dark lightning within. This piece of dark lightning wood was a peak-grade item that contained the pure essence of lightning. Zhao Feng's wind lightning technique absorbed lightning from the 10,000 lightning sects, 5 elemental, 10,000 lightning technique. Of course, during the absorption process, Zhao Feng had to eliminate some of the dark power within the dark lightning wood. Dark wind bamboo. A piece of bamboo appeared in Zhao Feng's other hand and created a gust of cold wind. He had obtained the dark lightning wood and dark wind bamboo from the secret room earlier. These two resources were rare in the outside world, and they corresponded to the elements of wind and lightning. Zhao Feng had reached the level of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, so he could split his thoughts into several parts and use the 10,000 lightning technique to absorb. 5 elemental water spirit grass. The third peak-grade water elemental grass appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. This guy's really extravagant, such precious treasures of heaven and earth. Yet he absorbed them just like that. Some of the elites of the 3 sects were envious and jealous. Some of the older generation even shook their heads. Zhao Feng's ability to absorb 3 resources at the same time also surprised everyone. What was more surprising was that Zhao Feng's absorption efficiency was very high, and there wasn't much loss of heaven and earth energy. If this wasn't talent, then it must be a rare secret technique. That kid cultivates the Tao of wind and lightning. Gu Chaoji from the Earth Spirit Hall murmured and glanced at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng cultivated as if there was no one else around. In reality, he still had the wind lightning bone of the purple wind lightning lion, but he couldn't take it out for the time being. Soon, a day or 2 passed. Zhao Feng had absorbed more than half of the 3 heavenly resources. His efficiency was astonishing. The core within Zhao Feng's body expanded slightly. At this moment, his cultivation had consolidated from the middle stage, small origin core realm, and he was 1 step closer to the late stage, small origin core realm. After I finish absorbing the power of the wind lightning bone, my cultivation will be able to reach the late stage, small origin core realm. Zhao Feng couldn't help but think. Of course, the Scorpion Man King had a king-level crystal core of the purple wind lightning lion, which was even more valuable. If he could obtain that king-level crystal core, it wouldn't be hard for Zhao Feng to break through to the great origin core realm. Prepare to attack. Gu Chaoji from the Earth Spirit Hall slowly stood up, and his spear flashed with lightning. On the other side, Nan Gongsheng also stood up. This time, the 3 sects formed their own arrays to attack the evil god's altar. The power of that formation could make use of the advantage of numbers. Evil god's wrath. The snakeman priest snickered coldly as he waved his staff, and a wicked purple and blood-colored light covered the area. However, with the corresponding arrays, everyone's resistance to the evil god crystal's power increased dramatically, and the pressure on them decreased. At the same time, Nan Gongsheng and Gu Chaoji attacked. Lightning explosion. The earth-grade spear in Gu Chaoji's hand shot out and spat out a condensed ball of lightning that instantly exploded when it struck the altar. In that instant, the entire altar, including the spacious square, began to tremble violently, accompanied by a continuous rumbling. So, Gu Chaoji's move was to throw out the earth-grade spear and make it explode together with the ball of lightning on the tip of the spear. This move was equivalent to using an earth-ranked divine weapon as the carrier of a bomb. Its might was extremely terrifying. Crack! Cracks started to appear on the evil god's altar. Gu Chaoji was slightly smug after completing this move, but he jumped up in fright when he looked at Nan Gongsheng. Chapter 798. Just as everyone was shocked by Gu Chaoji's powerful electrode explosion, Qin Kuan's sword, Nan Gongsheng released a bright silver light as an inheritance sacred sword appeared in his hand. He slowly slashed out, and a bright silver sword light appeared in the air and created a power that could shake heaven and earth. That sword contained a domineering intent that seemed to be able to twist heaven and earth. As the Qin Kuan sword slashed out, all the intents and techniques in front of it were shattered. Bam! That sword strike had forcefully split the purple and blood-colored radiance that had enveloped the entire darkness square into two and into pieces. Crack! Boom! Even the sturdy underground city was shaking violently, and this was under the divine illusion dimension's suppression of power. The evil god sacrificial altar, which bore the brunt of the attack, was crumbling layer by layer. Inheritance sacred weapons are usually comparable to heaven-grade weapons. The snakeman priest was stunned. Qiankuan's sword, it's the lost inheritance sacred weapon of the continent. On the other side, Gu Chaoji was slightly dazed. The power of Nan Gongxing's sword was comparable to his lightning explosion, but its ability to twist heaven and earth and destroy intent was even more unique. Who was superior and who was inferior was clear at a glance. As expected of an inheritance sacred sword that's comparable to the sky-locking bow. In the rear, Zhao Feng inwardly sighed. The Qiankuan sword and the sky-locking bow both came from the demigod Forgotten Garden. At his peak, the demigod Kuan-Yin stood at the peak of the world, and his weapon was a top treasure. Damned humans! The snakeman priest felt the altar crumble. He quickly waved his staff and communicated with the evil god Crystal to protect the altar. However, the evil god's sacrificial altar wouldn't be able to last much longer against Nan Gongxing and Gu Chaoji's continuous attacks. Come out! The snakeman priest gritted his teeth and slammed his staff onto the ground. Boom! In the blood pool at the center of the altar, waves of blood surged and a blood-colored whirlpool appeared in the center. Bam! An evil giant scorpion rushed out of the blood-red vortex. Its body had a dark blood-red luster, and its eyes were scarlet. Its face looked similar to the scorpion man-king from before. The giant, dark blood scorpion was like a small mountain, emitting a bloodthirsty and berserk aura. Bang! Rumble! The underground city square where the evil god's altar was located shook violently again, as if it couldn't bear the tremendous power. Be careful! Old Fei shouted. The aura that the dark blood scorpion gave off was several times stronger than the Scorpion Man King's. Bang! Nan Gongxing and Gu Chaoji, who bore the brunt of the attack, were sent flying by the purple and blood-colored whirlwind created by the dark blood scorpion. After being strengthened by the evil god Crystal Blood Pond, the Scorpion Man King's battle power has reached the peak tier king level. Other than the gap between our souls and intents, there are certain aspects in which he doesn't lose out to god monarchs. In the rear, Zhao Feng and the others all felt a violent and oppressive aura. Every time the dark blood scorpion waved its hand, a cold, purple and blood-colored light would turn into a whirlwind that shattered everything in its path. Nan Gongxing and Gu Chaoji had to team up to barely block its attack. If the dark blood scorpion charged into the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Split into two groups. Old Fei commanded the geniuses in the rear. The other geniuses of the three sects split into three groups. One of them was used to restrict the dark blood scorpion. The other was used to attack the evil god's altar. Qiankuan Void Slash. Nan Gongsheng appeared in the air above the dark blood scorpion and slashed out a half-transparent silver crack that was half a yard wide and dozens of yards long. Everything in the air was instantly torn apart by the power of space. This spatial technique was said to be unstoppable with the help of the Qiankuan sword. Crack! The dark, blood-colored light around the dark blood scorpion was instantly torn apart, leaving behind a bone-deep wound that went straight to the organs. The dark blood scorpion's roar shook the sky, and the square started to shake. Shua! Nan Gongxing disappeared and dodged the furious counterattack of the dark blood scorpion before appearing next to it and unleashing a lightning-fast slash. Lightning explosion! A spear-shaped, earth-ranked divine weapon appeared in Gu Chaoji's hand. Carrying with it a condensed and dazzling ball of lightning, it pierced into the dark blood scorpion's roaring mouth and instantly exploded. Boom! The dark blood scorpion's enormous body was charred black by the raging electric arcs. Its face and mouth were almost blown apart. Of course, although Gu Chaoji's attack was strong, it would use up a weapon every time it attacked. Its advantage was obvious, unlike Nan Gongxing's Qinkuan sword, which used up a lot of energy. Ding, ding, boom, boom. At the same time, the attacks from the three sects landed on the dark blood scorpion. The dark blood scorpion was already covered in injuries, and fear appeared in its eyes. It was helpless against Nan Gongxing's spatial abilities. The Qinkuan sword was extremely powerful, and when combined with spatial techniques, it was unstoppable. Furthermore, Nan Gongxing was a rare domain-level king. As time passed, the dark blood scorpion was covered in injuries. Its powerful physical defense wasn't able to block the spatial techniques of the Qinkuan sword. Seeing this, the head priest on the altar straightened his face. With the destruction of the evil god's altar, his ability to communicate with the evil god crystal had decreased by 1/5. Furthermore, this time, the three sects had formed a strong array, and their offensive and defensive techniques were stronger. Their resistance against the evil god crystal also increased dramatically. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't fight against so many people. The dark blood scorpion was about to be defeated by the attacks of the three sections. Panic finally appeared on the priest's face. Evil god Tide. The priest exclaimed as he stabbed the staff into the pond of blood, causing waves of light to ripple. The evil god Pearl on the silver pillar released a rain of purple and blood-colored light that radiated a power that surpassed the void god realm. Boom! Hoo! In an instant, the purple and blood-colored light intertwined with the heaven-earth yuan qi and roared, forming a tide that swept across heaven and earth. This tide caused all attacks and powers that were based on heaven-earth yuan qi to become chaotic. The blood of the experts of the three sects started to boil, and their true yuan and true force became unstable. At this moment, chaos ensued. Only a small number of half-step void god realms or stronger were able to stabilize their true yuan. Even the attacks of the two kings stopped for a moment. However, the dark blood scorpion's physical strength was strong. Even if yuan qi was disturbed, its claws could still threaten void god realm kings. Training the physical body won't be affected by these special circumstances. Zhao Feng stood as still as Mount Tai. The high priest's tide of the evil god could affect all kinds of true power and true essence on the basis of heaven and earth yuan qi. In some special circumstances, it could even restrict the heaven-earth yuan qi. However, body-strengthening techniques and physical strength weren't affected by these circumstances. In the past, the demigod Kuan-Yin relied on his demigod sacred body to dominate heaven and earth. He used pure strength to crush everything without fear. Even if the priest does this, it doesn't affect the situation much. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. Up until now, in the exploration of the dungeon, he was always a supporting character. Apart from enslaving the Scorpion Queen, Zhao Feng hadn't used his true strength. However, because benefits weren't the most important thing yet. Don't let him run. Old Fei suddenly realized something and exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, under the cover of the evil god Tide, the snakeman priest on the altar fled. So, seeing that the situation was hopeless, the snakeman priest decided to sacrifice himself to save his own life. Due to the evil god Tide, the experts of the three sects weren't able to circulate their true yuan as they wished. On the other hand, he had the staff and could communicate with the power of the evil god crystal, so he wasn't affected by the evil god Tide. Where do you think you're going? Nan Gongxing turned into a streak of silver light and chased after the snakeman priest. The power of space was a unique way of using power, so it wasn't affected much by the evil god Tide. Furthermore, the snakeman priest wasn't able to use the true power of the Tide. Even then, Nan Gongxing's speed was greatly restricted, and he could only barely keep up. More than a dozen breaths later, Nan Gongxing chased out of the black square, and the evil god tide's influence was at its lowest. Die! Nan Gongxing slashed out a ripple-like void wave blade and sent the Snakeman shaman flying with a PFFF sound. The Snakeman priest screamed as his body turned into a bloody mess. Even the scepter in his hand flew out of his hand due to the impact. Meow meow! A dark silver streak flashed, and a little silver-gray cat appeared. The kitten moved swiftly and grabbed the scepter. Nan Gongxing was surprised to see the little cat. Meow! The little thieving cat grabbed the staff with the purple and blood-colored gem and smiled at Nan Gongxing. Give me back my evil god staff. The Snakeman priest reacted and roared in anger. Tai! The little thieving cat waved the staff and smacked the Snakeman priest's head before disappearing. The Snakeman priest howled as a bump appeared on his head, and he felt dizzy. Meow! The little thieving cat grabbed the staff and disappeared from in front of Nan Gongxing and the Snakeman priest. Could it be? Nan Gongxing's heart shook, but he didn't have time to think. He slashed out a silver spatial rend and cut the slightly dizzy Snakeman priest in two. A while later, meow meow meow, a little cat holding a staff appeared on the evil god's altar and danced around like a god. The geniuses and elites of the three sects all had weird expressions. At this moment, the power of the evil god tide still hadn't stopped. Meow! The little thieving cat's eyes spun as it waved the staff in its hand. Instantly, the evil god tide that was wreaking havoc in the space suddenly stopped. That seems to be Zhao Feng's pet. A core disciple from the 10,000 sacred clan exclaimed. Could this cat have been possessed by the priest? It can actually communicate with the power of the evil god crystal? The geniuses and elites of the three sects were puzzled. Soon, the wicked power of the evil god crystal also started to fade away. Shwa! At the same time, the dark-blooded scorpion turned back into its scorpion man form and entered a tunnel. However, no one paid attention to the scorpion man king that was running away. Everyone's eyes were on the little cat on the altar. Zhao Feng, your cat. How did it become the new priest of the evil god's altar? Old Fei's eyes bulged out. Kong, Feiling, and company were all stunned as they looked at the owner of the cat, Zhao Feng. Chapter 799. Meow meow. The little thieving cat, which was slightly bigger than a palm, waved the evil god's scepter and danced around arrogantly. It was like a little god. At this point in time, no one present dared to ignore this little thing because it also had the ability to communicate with the evil god crystal. In this aspect, it wasn't any weaker than the Snakeman priest from before. The leaders of the three forces, Gu Chaoji, the purple-robed youth, Kong Feiling, Old Fei, and company, seemed to choke. Gu Chaoji and the purple-robed youth didn't know what was going on. They didn't want to see a new high priest appear after they had finally defeated one of them with great difficulty. Zhao Feng! The gazes of the elites of the 10,000 sacred clan landed on the handsome youth. The owner of this cat was none other than Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng! So it really is you. Not far away, Nan Gongxing revealed a complex and solemn expression. After seeing the little thieving cat, Nan Gongxing was 80 to 90% sure that this Zhao Feng was the original Zhao Feng. As for how Zhao Feng became like this, he didn't know. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing know each other? The elders and disciples of the 10,000 sacred clan were filled with disbelief. One had to know Nan Gongxing came from the Tsang Ocean, and he was a core disciple of a 3-star power. From the situation, Nan Gongxing seemed to be wary of Zhao Feng. I didn't say he wasn't, Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Nan Gongxing paused. Thinking back to what Zhao Feng said in the Scorpion Man race's territory, Zhao Feng is my name. Zhao Feng didn't deny it, but he wouldn't say it out loud either. What's going on? The elites of the three forces didn't know what was going on. The disciples of the 10,000 sacred clan were especially surprised. This Zhao Feng? Kong Feiling, Lu Tianfan, Huang Yunhu, and company stared at Zhao Feng. They felt that this youth seemed to be shrouded in layers of fog, and there were all kinds of mysteries about him. Zhao Feng slowly walked toward the evil god altar. In fact, the heretic god's altar was already in pieces, but the blood pool at its core was not destroyed. Zhao Feng Nengongsheng looked at the back of that youth and wanted to say something. At this moment, there were thousands of questions in his mind. In the Tsangxi, the name of the left-eyed heavenly emperor had shaken the 3 spiritual holy lands. That soul-stirring pursuit of death became a much-told story. The Emperor of Death was the oldest forbidden emperor in the Tsang Ocean. Even mystic light realm sacred lords didn't dare to offend him. Afterwards, when the mystic light realm grand elder of the mystic true sacred clan heard about this, he was stunned. His clan had given birth to such a talented person. If the left-eyed heavenly emperor was still in the Tsang Ocean, even a sacred lord would be polite to him. Zhao Feng did not explain and slowly walked towards the blood pool. Thump! Zhao Feng's figure suddenly jumped into the blood pool under the heretic god crystal pillar. The faint purple waves of blood washed over Zhao Feng's body, but he wasn't corroded by the wicked power. Not only does this blood pool contain a large amount of pure blood essence, it also contains the power of the evil god crystal. Zhao Feng laid in the blood pool and seemed to be enjoying it. The little thieving cat could communicate with the power of the evil god crystal through the evil god scepter, so Zhao Feng wouldn't be corroded by the wicked power. If not, even a small origin core realm would be instantly melted if they jumped into the blood pool. Zhao Feng circulated the golden Kuan sacred lightning body and used the blood essence and the power of the god crystal to refine his body. The power of the blood had a high affinity with the human body, so it was quite effective. Furthermore, the power within the blood pool could not only strengthen his body, but it could also increase his true yuan cultivation. Before this, Zhao Feng had his eyes on the blood pool. Although the evil god crystal was valuable, he was unable to absorb the power within it right now. Shua! Nan Gongxing and Gu Chaoji, the 2 king geniuses, jumped next to the blood pool. Gu Chaoji glanced at Zhao Feng in the blood pool, then gave Nan Gongsheng a questioning look. In terms of strength, Nan Gongsheng was slightly stronger than him. However, from the looks of it, Nan Gongsheng was wary of this youth at the small origin core realm. Zhao Feng, what do you plan to do with the evil god crystal? Nan Gongsheng finally spoke. Hearing that, the hearts of the elites of the 3 sects, including the king Gu Chaoji, shook. Nan Gongsheng's strength obviously won over everyone. His spatial talents and secret techniques, as well as the power of the inheritance sacred weapon, the Chenkuan sword, were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. However, at this moment, Nan Gongsheng was asking for Zhao Feng's opinion on how to split the evil god crystal. The blood pool is mine, but the evil god crystal isn't very useful to me right now. However, if anyone can help me obtain the crystal core of the purple wind lightning lion, I will do my best to help them obtain the evil god crystal. Zhao Feng said slowly. He thought about it and decided to give up on the evil god crystal. Firstly, the evil god crystal was too big of a deal. It was a god crystal, and it was a hot potato. Right now, Zhao Feng could only fight against kings at most. He didn't want to become everyone's target. Secondly, the power contained within the evil god crystal was too strong, and it was hard to absorb. There was no point in holding it for a short period of time. There was another important point. The power within the evil god crystal wasn't pure anymore, and it was tainted by evil. In comparison, some of the god crystal's power had been merged into the blood pool, and it could be absorbed to increase Zhao Feng's strength. Thirdly, the evil god crystal was extremely hard to obtain. When Zhao Feng first entered the evil god's altar, he had used his god's spiritual eye to test it. The evil god crystal had a strong backlash. This Zhao Feng isn't just smart. Just one sentence. take the most practical blood pool and give the hot diabolical crystal to someone else. Old Fei's eyes twinkled. At this moment, no one dared to fight with Xiao Feng for the blood pool. After all, his cat had replaced the snakeman priest and could communicate with the power of the evil god crystal. Furthermore, Nan Gongxing's cautious and respectful attitude towards Xiao Feng made him seem even more unfathomable. Sure, Nan Gongxing was the first to agree. He walked the Tao of space, not body strengthening, so the power of the blood pool wasn't very tempting. Gu Chaoji and the geniuses of Earth Spirit Hall were slightly unhappy. Senior Marshal Brother Gu, are we really going to give him the benefits of the blood pool? The true inheritors behind him said with dissatisfaction on their faces. Gu Chaoji's gaze swept over Xiao Feng and Nan Gongsheng, but he remained silent. The current situation, Nan Gongsheng was completely on Xiao Feng's side, and the little thieving cat had become the priest of the evil god's altar. Brother, do you mean what you say? You'll help whoever gets the crystal core of the purple wind, lightning lion, get the evil god crystal? A white-bearded half-step king from Earth Spirit Hall stared at Xiao Feng in the blood pool. Of course, I won't stop others from getting the evil god crystal. However, I'll only try my best. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to get the evil god crystal. Xiao Feng replied. Hearing that, people from the three sects tried to get the evil god crystal. However, they all failed and even suffered the backlash of the evil god crystal. Wah! The white-bearded half-step king instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The others who tried were more or less at a disadvantage. The person in the worst condition was sent flying by the power of the evil god crystal and fainted. A playful smile appeared on Xiao Feng's face as he laid in the blood pool. The evil god crystal wasn't a normal god crystal. Apparently, it was formed from the power of an evil god's god, and it was now wicked and had the ability to affect the outside world. There was a purple and blood-colored gem embedded in the staff in the little thieving cat's hand. It was actually a peak-grade primal crystal stone that had been refined by the power of the evil god crystal, and it maintained a connection with the evil god crystal. Xiao Feng laid in the blood pool and used his blood essence and the power of the god crystal to refine his body and strengthen his true yuan. Shua, shua, shua. Dark lightning wood, wind bamboo, 5 balanced water spirit grass, and other items appeared in front of Xiao Feng. In the blink of an eye, more than half a day passed. In this period of time, many geniuses and elites from the three sects tried to obtain the god crystal, but none of them succeeded. Nan Gongxing sat down and didn't try. When he first arrived, he tried to obtain the evil god crystal and suffered a strong backlash. Gu Chaoji from Earth Spirit Hall secretly sent people to search for the Scorpion Man King. Xiao Feng, I'm going to take the crystal core of the purple wind, lightning lion. Nan Gongxing stood up. At this moment, he had recovered his yuan qi, and his figure flashed as he disappeared from the evil god's altar. Senior Marshal Brother Gu, Nan Gongxing has already left. Now is the best time to take action against that brat. A core disciple from Earth Spirit Hall suggested. Gu Chaoji stood there and gave a deep glance at Xiao Feng in the blood pool. Brother Gu, I'm not your match in a one-on-one fight. Xiao Feng smiled faintly as he glanced at him. Hearing that, Gu Chaoji's face twitched. As for the other disciples of the three sects, they had strange looks on their faces. What kind of opponent would purposely reveal that he wasn't as strong as his opponent? The more Xiao Feng acted like this, the more uneasy Gu Chaoji felt. Thinking about how Nan Gongxing was extremely cautious and wary of this youth, Xiao Feng didn't feel confident. Let's go find the Scorpion Man King. Gu Chaoji ordered and led a group of people to search for the Scorpion Man King. The evil god Crystal wasn't the only place to obtain resources in the underground city. There were many other places that could be explored. Xiao Feng couldn't help but shake his head as he lay in the blood pool. He hadn't tricked Gu Chaoji with what he just said. Right now, Zhao Feng's soul strength was close to that of a Void God Realm king, so he could easily deal with those below the Void God Realm. However, Gu Chaoji was a king on the Imperial Genius rankings, and his battle power was strong. If it was a one-on-one fight, Zhao Feng might have the ability to protect himself, but the chances of him winning were very small. Within the blood pool, Zhao Feng's cultivation was clearly increasing. After using the dark lightning wood, the dark wind bamboo, and the 5-layered water spiritual tree, his cultivation was approaching the late-stage, small origin core realm. The blood essence and the power of the god crystals in the pond of blood had a lot of room for improvement in his sacred lightning body and true yuan cultivation. At the same time, some disciples of the 10,000 sacred clan murmured unhappily, "This Zhao Feng is taking the power of the blood pool for himself. How selfish! He has the ability, but he doesn't help our clan steal the evil god crystal." Several disciples and older elites were extremely unhappy and decided to lecture Zhao Feng. Chapter 800. Within the evil god's altar in the Black Square, Zhao Feng, junior martial brother Zhao. Some of the disciples and older elites of the 10,000 sacred clan had angry expressions as they gathered toward the blood pond. Among them were Kong Failing and Old Fei. Their expressions were filled with helplessness. From Zhao Feng's previous actions, it was clear that he wouldn't give up so easily and give away his own benefits to someone else. At this moment, Zhao Feng was in control of the situation. Even Nan Gongsheng and Gu Chaoji were wary of him. Zhao Feng laid lazily in the blood pond and glanced at the members of the same clan. "Zhao Feng, this old man admires your strength and means very much. However, you want to take the blood pond for yourself and even give away the evil god crystal. Everyone feels uncomfortable, and if this gets to the upper echelon of the clan..." Old Fei's tone was relatively friendly, but he stated his intentions. "That's right. You're a member of the 10,000 sacred clan. How can you be so selfish? Junior martial brother Zhao, are you not afraid of the punishment from the upper echelon?" Some disciples and seniors either criticized or admonished him, expressing their dissatisfaction. Zhao Feng's expression was slightly cold. "Do you really think that I'd be afraid of the upper echelon of a 2-star power?" Everyone paused, and those that threatened the upper echelon of the clan choked. The hearts of Old Fei and Kong Failing shook. Could it be that Zhao Feng wasn't afraid of the upper echelon of the clan and didn't put the 10,000 sacred clan in his eyes? Seeing how calm Zhao Feng was, Old Fei and Kong Failing instinctively felt that he wasn't just being arrogant. Even Nan Gongsheng, a super genius from a 3-star power, was extremely respectful and cautious of Zhao Feng. Apart from that, Zhao Feng had received Duke Nanfeng's recognition and a favor. Apparently, he had even rejected Duke Nanfeng's offer of a duke title. If he was willing, Zhao Feng could leave the 10,000 sacred clan and join the Duke's Palace or even the Great Gan Imperials. This Zhao Feng is immeasurable. He does have the ability to do so. Old Fei's eyes twinkled. At this stage, they also did not dare to fall out with Zhao Feng. "This blood pool is my spoils of war. If the thieving cat hadn't communicated with the evil god crystal, it would have been useless," Zhao Feng said calmly. According to the distribution of benefits, this blood pool was his spoils of war. If he was willing to share some with the sect, it would be in line with the sect's principles. Even if he was unwilling, it was within reason. "What do you say about the evil god crystal?" "This is a divinity crystal. It belongs to the realm of the gods," a young man said coldly. His question was also in line with the hearts of the crowd. Everyone was waiting for Zhao Feng's explanation. Looking at the current situation, Zhao Feng did not want to fall out with the sect. The evil god crystal is not something we can possess. Zhao Feng shook his head. Elder Fei's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand to stop the disciples who wanted to defend themselves. "Zhao Feng is right. The heretic god crystal is a hot potato. Even if we obtain it, it is of no practical significance to us and will only attract unnecessary disasters. Elder Fei agreed with this point. He admired Zhao Feng's decision to give up the evil god crystal. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng did not have absolute strength, so he gave the evil god crystal to Nan Gongsheng, Gu Chaoji, and the other super geniuses to fight for it. I can give you 10 vats of this blood pool's essence blood. Zhao Feng thought for a while and said, the power of the blood pool was not simple. The only downside was that the wicked power of the evil god crystal was extremely corrosive. Sure. Elder Fei let out a breath. The 10,000 sacred clan soon had 10 vats of essence blood, which wasn't even 1/10 of the entire blood pool. However, these blood essences could only be used after they were specially processed and refined. It was unlike Zhao Feng, who cultivated a body-strengthening technique and had the little thieving cat communicate with the evil god crystal, preventing the wicked power from corroding him. Furthermore, Zhao Feng could also use some wicked power to refine his body. For the next few days, Zhao Feng laid in the blood pool and focused on cultivating and tempering his body. The blood pool was made from the blood essence of the powerful races in the underground city, and the power of the evil god crystal was merged into it. This blood pool could be used as the source of the evil god's altar, and it could also be used to strengthen a race. Zhao Feng circulated the wind lightning technique and the sacred lightning body to absorb the power of the blood pond to refine his body and strengthen his blood yuan qi. During this time, Nan Gongsheng and those from the Earth Spirit Hall were trying to find the Scorpion Man King. However, the terrain of the underground city was too complicated, and it would be hard to find the Scorpion Man King even if it wanted to hide. The Purple Sun Palace and the 10,000 Sacred Clan focused on the resources of the underground city as spoils of war. What surprised everyone was that, after the little thieving cat took over the position of priest, some races of the underground city came over and even offered up tributes. Zhao Feng decided to give these things to the 10,000 Sacred Clan. With the little thieving cat as the core, the 10,000 Sacred Clan, the Purple Sun Palace, and the Earth Spirit Hall were the executors, and they started to conquer the nearby races. The result was much smoother than expected. These races were extremely respectful towards the identity of the evil god's priest. Even the races that weren't any weaker than the Scorpion Men didn't dare to attack them and would at least offer up some tributes. This was especially true for the evil god. When the little thieving cat displayed the power of the evil god, these races became even more obedient. The power of the evil god crystal isn't that simple. Zhao Feng murmured. He knew a lot about this from the Scorpion Man Queen. There were people who tried to resist the evil god's altar in the underground city, but they were destroyed by fire or natural disasters like earthquakes. From the little thieving cat, Zhao Feng learned that the evil god's priest really did have the power to change the weather underground. The evil god priest really did have the ability to affect the climate of the underground world through the evil god crystal. However, this power exhausted a lot of the priest's mental energy, so they usually didn't use it easily. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 days passed. With the help of the wind, lightning bones, and the power of the blood pond, Zhao Feng's cultivation finally broke through to the late-stage, small origin core realm. The size and quality of Zhao Feng's core increased once more. Some of his core had even started to crystallize. The disciples of the 10,000 Sacred Clan were envious of the speed of cultivation. Isn't this Zhao Feng afraid that his foundation won't be stable? Old Fei couldn't help but start to think. Reality proved that Zhao Feng's foundation and cultivation were extremely stable, because he cultivated both the wind lightning technique and the sacred lightning body. His foundation was much stronger than other geniuses at the same time. After breaking through a small rank, Zhao Feng's focus turned back to cultivating the sacred lightning body. Over the past few days, Zhao Feng's golden Kuan sacred lightning body was closing in on the late stages of the 4th level. Once my sacred lightning body reaches the early stage of the 4th level, I'll be able to use my sacred lightning body. I can crush small origin core realms and great origin core realms with just the power of my body. I can't find a match for anyone below the half-step void god realm. Zhao Feng was delighted and somewhat expectant. What was more comforting was, while he was cultivating, he could also receive offerings from the underground races. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat took 40% of the offerings from the other races. The remaining 60% was split between the Earth Spirit Hall, the 10,000 Sacred Clan, and the Purple Sun Palace. Gu Chaoji and Nan Gongsheng focused on finding the Scorpion Man King. On this day, Zhao Feng took out the Dark Dragon Toothgrass and other body-strengthening resources in order to break through to the late stages of the sacred lightning body. Some of these supplementary body refining materials came from the previous material room, and some are offerings from the various races. Almost there, Zhao Feng's entire body was immersed in the blood pool. Traces of silver-blue, metal-like lightning patterns appeared on the surface of his body, shining brightly. In the blood pool, an invisible physical force spread out from his body, growing stronger and stronger. Every living being that came close felt an indescribably heavy pressure in their flesh and blood. At a certain moment, his physical strength was like a mountain. With a boom, he broke through a shackle. The blood of the nearby disciples started to flip, and they almost spat out blood. Zhao Feng's physical strength seemed to merge with the air, accompanied by the howling of wind and lightning. It was as if waves were crashing against the shore. Right now, I can kill a small origin core realm with just one punch with my physical body. Zhao Feng felt the strength of his body. The strength of his body nourished his mental energy and created a dominating intent. The golden Kuan sacred lightning body wasn't just about strengthening the body. When the body reached a certain level, it could strengthen one's mind and intent. When it reached a certain level, it could even merge the soul and body together. At that time, the soul of a body-cultivating cultivator would no longer be a weakness. At his peak, the demigod Kuan had reached this point and even managed to cultivate the rebirth from a single drop of blood technique. From then on, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had reached the late stages of the 4th level. The 5th level would correspond to the void god realm, and the 6th level would correspond to the mystic light realm. The 7th level would allow one to form a demigod body. On the 7th level, the sacred lightning body had an additional 8th level compared to the original golden Kuan sacred body. There was even a theoretical 9th level. Higher prospects and possibilities were the biggest motivation for Zhao Feng to recultivate. Even without the cursed words of death, he would have chosen to recultivate. Zhao Feng let out a breath and slowly stood up from the blood pool. The nearby members of the clan all looked at him with wary and respectful gazes. Zhao Feng, this is a rare dark soul stone from the underground city. It's a soul Dao treasure that specializes in the Dao of death. Old Fei took out 2 black, jade-like stones. The black, jade-like stones radiated a cold undulation of soul power. Normal people wouldn't be able to get close. Soul Dao treasure? Very good. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Zhao Feng could take a step back in terms of the number of offerings, but he focused on the resources that were useful to him. Among them, Zhao Feng mentioned Soul Dao resources, and they were of a higher grade. Soul Dao treasures could help Zhao Feng recover his soul power. With enough Soul Dao treasures, my Emperor intent will be able to completely awaken. Zhao Feng was looking forward to it. One had to know that Zhao Feng's Emperor intent contained the laws of the god Tribulation Lightning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to chase after the Emperor of Death, who specialized in the Dao of death and the soul. Once his Emperor intent completely recovered, Zhao Feng's strength would increase dramatically. However, sold-out treasures were extremely rare. The amount and quality that Zhao Feng dug up in the underground city weren't ideal. Shua! Right at this moment, a silver streak flashed and landed in front of Zhao Feng. It was Nan Gongsheng. Zhao Feng, I've killed the Scorpion Man King and obtained the crystal core of the Purple Wind Lightning Lion. Nan Gongsheng's breathing quickened. Chapter 801. You got the crystal core of a king. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. Nan Gongsheng was very straightforward as a dark purple crystal core the size of a goose egg appeared in his hand. That's right. Zhao Yifeng took the crystal core of a king and nodded his head with joy. The nearby elites of the three sects all had envious eyes when they saw the crystal core. Although the crystal core was small, it had its own dimension of true yuan and was comparable to the crystal core of a void god realm king. More importantly, this crystal core was of the element of wind lightning, and it was extremely compatible with the wind lightning technique that Zhao Feng cultivated. With this crystal core, Zhao Feng's cultivation would be able to increase dramatically. The only thing lacking was that this crystal core lacked the element of water. Otherwise, Zhao Feng could just sit there and cultivate. Nan Gongsheng, I will fulfill my promise and help you obtain the evil god pearl. Zhao Feng said. Nan Gongsheng nodded his head. He had traded with Zhao Feng before, so he trusted him. After speaking, the two walked next to the blood pond and looked at the evil god crystal on the silver pillar. The evil god crystal was purple and had a layer of blood on its surface. It radiated a wicked power that could bewitch one's heart and blood. Nan Gongsheng, before we start, I need to say a few things. Zhao Feng said. Go ahead. Nan Gongsheng stared at the evil god crystal and didn't hide the heat in his eyes. The evil god crystal wasn't a substandard god crystal. It contained the power of a god at the heavenly divine realm. The only difference was the evil god crystal had a wicked nature and the power to affect the outside world. Zhao Feng warned. Firstly, there's a lot of danger in obtaining the evil god crystal. Secondly, the power of the god crystal is too strong, and it has the ability to affect the outside world and living beings. The wicked nature it contains is immeasurable. Nan Gongsheng knew the first point very well, and the second point that Zhao Feng emphasized also caused him to ponder. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he obtained the evil god crystal, he could still be affected and twisted by its power and evil nature. At this moment, Gu Chaoji of Earth Spirit Hall arrived after hearing the news. Let Nan Gongsheng get the wind lightning crystal core first. However, it's not like I have no chance at all. Gu Chaoji stood in the corner, secretly watching. He had heard the conversation between Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng very clearly. Obviously, the evil god crystal wasn't something that just anyone could control. At least, Zhao Feng didn't want this hot potato for the time being. I've decided. Nan Gongsheng took a deep breath as decisiveness filled his eyes. This decision was within Zhao Feng's expectations. From Nan Gongsheng's eyes, he could see a stubborn pursuit of power. Zhao Feng, you've already surpassed me by too much. For a time, I could only look up to your legendary footsteps. As for the evil god crystal, it will be an opportunity to change my fate. Battle intent flashed through Nan Gongsheng's eyes. He had complex feelings for Zhao Feng. They were both geniuses of the same generation, and Zhao Feng had stepped onto the peak of the Tsang Ocean step by step and became an unrivaled emperor. Even mystic light, realm, sacred lords were wary of him. Hearing that, Gu Chaoji, Kong Failing, the purple-robed youth, and the other peerless geniuses were stunned. This Zhao Feng, what kind of existence is he? Even someone as strong as Nan Gongsheng could only look up to his legendary footsteps. The hearts of the experts of the three sects shook. The strength that Nan Gongsheng displayed was enough to enter the top 100 of the Great Gan Imperial Genius Rankings. However, even a genius like that could only look up to Zhao Feng's footsteps. At this moment in time, The handsome teen beside the blood pool seemed to be shrouded in layers of mystery. How is this possible? Old Fei, Kong Feiling, Lu Tianfan, Huang Yunhu, and company from the 10,000 Sacred Clan were dazed. Even Gu Chaoji of the Three-Star Sect, Earth Spirit Hall, had cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, he felt that this Zhao Feng was too mysterious and terrifying. Gu Chaoji couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't attack Zhao Feng earlier. I can only promise that I'll do my best to help you obtain the evil god crystal. Zhao Feng let out a light sigh. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, I believe that you can do it. Apparently, you even revived the demigod Kuan-Yin. Nan Gongxing said in a testing tone. What? Demigod Kuan-Yin? He appeared so quickly? This time, it was Zhao Feng's turn to be surprised. Nan Gongxing nodded his head and said, The demigod Kuan-Yin has revived and regained control of the demigod Forgotten Garden. He's also come to an agreement with the true Marshal's sacred land. He was just testing Zhao Feng. After all, the revival of the demigod Kuan-Yin was just a rumor. Zhao Feng didn't seem to deny it. Demigod. The disciples and elites of the three sects couldn't help but take in a cold breath. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng seemed to have single-handedly revived a demigod. How shocking was this? Demigod Kuan-Yin. Old Fei's face was filled with shock. He seemed to know some legends about the demigod Kuan-Yin. Demigod-level experts seemed to have only appeared in the other 3- and 4-star sections. The demigod Kuan-Yin from the past wasn't just strong. His fame even spread to the 3-star and 4-star sects of the continent zone. This legendary figure seemed to have been revived by Zhao Feng. Next, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing quickly communicated with their divine senses. Zhao Feng understood that the demigod Kuan-Yin had used a special technique to enter the demigod Forgotten Garden and merge with the demigod intent within. Under such circumstances, even mystic light realms' sacred lords would find it hard to enter. Of course, the demigod Kuan-Yin was still resting, and it would take some time for him to recover his peak demigod strength. After understanding this, Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief. The child demigod definitely didn't know that Zhao Feng had revived, and he still had to be wary of the left-eyed heavenly emperor at his peak. Evil God's altar, next to the blood pond. Meow meow! The little thieving cat suddenly waved the staff in its hand, and the evil god crystal on the silver pillar released a bewitching purple and blood-colored light. You should do it. Zhao Feng was about to use his magnificent power, but he gave up in the end. He felt that Nan Gongxing's spatial domain was better. Shua! Nan Gongxing waved his hand, and a large amount of silver light formed a whirlpool that sucked away the blood essence within the blood pond. The blood essence was useful for now, and Nan Gongxing would give it to Zhao Feng later. The first step is complete. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded his head. Extracting the blood essence from the blood pool was to further isolate the evil god crystal. This step required the little thieving cat, the priest, to communicate with the evil god crystal. Otherwise, under the influence of the evil god crystal, the blood pool would stir up trouble, and it would be quite troublesome. Rumble! Nan Gongxing destroyed the soul altar amidst a cloud of dust. Instantly, the evil god crystal floated in the air, and the wicked power that interfered with the outside world was greatly reduced. At this moment in time, the disciples and elites of the Earth Spirit Hall, the 10,000 Sacred Clan, and the Purple Sun Palace all paid close attention to what was happening. If it was possible, they didn't mind participating. However, right now, no one dared to interfere with the combination of Zhao Feng, Nan Gongxing, and the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng was extremely mysterious, and Gu Chaoji and company didn't dare to talk about it. We've reached the crucial step. Zhao Feng had a solemn expression. The next step was to restrain and then take the evil god crystal. This step was also the most dangerous. The difficulty lay in the fact that all hostile methods, aimed at the evil god crystal would suffer a backlash. Zhao Feng's only advantage was that the little thieving cat had the evil god staff and the ability to communicate with the evil god crystal. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its paws, indicating that it couldn't stop the evil god crystal's backfire. Retrieve. Nan Gongsheng suddenly opened his palm, and a small whirlpool made of silver light appeared and started to slowly expand. A mysterious power appeared in the air and pulled on the evil god crystal. Wang, the evil god crystal, suddenly released a wicked power, and a wicked purple and blood-colored light shot toward Nan Gongsheng. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved the staff, but it only managed to weaken the evil god crystal's backfire. Eye of Ice Soul. A misty purple light suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye, and a cold blue light appeared. The handsome youth's purple hair started to flutter. I didn't think that Zhao Feng was hiding such a powerful eye bloodline. The nearby experts and disciples of the three sects were all shocked. In this instant, an extreme power of ice covered the evil god crystal. If it was a normal power that was built on heaven earth yuan qi, the evil god crystal would instantly shatter. However, this time, Zhao Feng's Eye of Ice Soul froze the evil god crystal. What it froze wasn't the evil god crystal itself, but the wicked nature at its core. Wicked nature was also a form of mental energy. Boom! The evil god crystal released a purple and blood-colored light that shot toward Zhao Feng. However, an invisible sacred body force appeared around Zhao Feng. The power released by the evil god crystal was extremely strong, and it suppressed the foundation of yuan qi. However, Zhao Feng's physical strength was unique, and his resistance was stronger. The strength of the evil god crystal's backfire depended on the target's hostility and threat. Peng! Peng! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng weren't even able to last a breath or two before being sent flying. Luckily, with the little thieving cat's staff, the power of the evil god crystal's backfire weakened. It's working. Zhao Feng focused on the evil god crystal and saw a half-transparent layer of frost on its surface. No matter how strong the evil god crystal was, it was only reflected in the physical dimension. Zhao Feng's Eye of Ice Soul restricted and froze the soul. From the looks of it, this Ice Soul cold energy had a slight restraining effect on the evil nature within the evil god crystal. Nan Gongsheng revealed a joyful expression. He also saw hope. He took a deep breath, then floated in front of the evil god crystal and waved his hands. Amidst a burst of spatial fluctuations, a faint silvery spatial phantom appeared in the area where everyone was located. This was Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain. Wang, the deep, faint silver space twisted strangely, forming a large silver hole. An extremely strong pulling force appeared at the entrance of the profound silver cave. Eye of Ice Soul! Zhao Feng circulated his eye bloodline power to the maximum and caused the frost on the surface of the evil god crystal to spread. Meow! The little thieving cat waved the staff in its hand and threw it into the silver mystic cave. The purple and blood-colored gem on the staff was connected to the evil god crystal. Furthermore, Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain also contained a pond of blood essence. The evil god crystal entered Nan Gongsheng's space domain with a whoosh as it was pulled by that huge force. Did it succeed? Nan Gongsheng spat out a mouthful of blood as he endured the backlash, but his face was filled with joy. However, an old voice sounded right at this moment. Stop! We can't take the evil god crystal away, or else it will bring disaster to the underground city and the divine illusion dimension. Chapter 802. Stop! The evil god crystal can't be taken away, or else it will bring disaster to the underground city and the divine illusion dimension. An old voice sounded from the entrance of the Snake Man's territory. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng paused and looked over. They seemed to have succeeded in getting the evil god crystal into Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain. As soon as he said that, at the entrance of the passage, an old serpent man hobbled over. This snakeman elder had white hair and wrinkles all over his face. He had a hunched back, and it was hard for him to walk. Everyone revealed weird expressions as they looked at the snakeman elder. Hee, old snakeman king that's about to step into the grave. Do you really think you can control where the evil god crystal goes? Zhao Feng smiled lightly. Hearing that, the crowd broke out into chaos. It was hard to imagine that this snakeman elder, who couldn't even walk steadily, was a void god realm king. Even Nan Gongsheng and Gu Chaoji didn't notice this. I'm the former priest of the evil god realm. The snakeman elder's voice was hoarse as he gave a deep glance at the purple-haired, small origin core realm youth. His life force and aura were extremely weak. Even in this situation, the opponent was still able to see through him with one glance. The hearts of Gu Chaoji and the elites of the three sects shook, and they became even more wary of Zhao Feng. This snakeman elder was the former priest of the evil god realm, so his cultivation was at least at the void god realm. No matter what, I won't give the evil god crystal away. What does the underground city's survival have to do with me? Nan Gongsheng had an emotionless expression. He had paid a huge price to transfer the evil god crystal into his space domain with great difficulty. Old shaman, you risked your life just to stop us? Gu Chaoji seemed to be interested. Now that the evil god crystal was in Nan Gongsheng's hands, he didn't mind causing more trouble. Nan Gongsheng's eyebrows furrowed, but he also wanted to know more about the evil god crystal. My lifespan has reached its limit, so what does it matter if I die? However, there are some things that I must do. The white-haired priest said, sorrowfully. At this moment, Zhao Feng, Nan Gongsheng, Gu Chaoji, and company all fell silent as they felt a sense of sorrow. They did not sympathize with the old priest. Instead, it was a reverence for the laws of life and death. As everyone knew, there was a limit to one's lifespan. For example, void god realm kings had a lifespan of several thousand years. Once one reached the limit of one's lifespan, one's life and soul would gradually wither, and one would also step into death. This was a law that could not be changed even if one seized another's body and was reborn. Putting aside void god realm kings, even mystic light realm sacred lords and demigods could only live longer, but they couldn't live forever. For example, Zhao Feng. His soul's lifespan wouldn't change much since he had reincarnated, unless there was an external force like the immortal spring to extend one's lifespan or to break through to a higher realm. Of course, some peak ancient emperors, such as the Emperor of Death, who was proficient in the soul of death, had a lifespan that was several times longer than others of the same rank. Everyone should know that there are often disasters in the underground city, such as lava and earth core fire, and the power of the evil god crystal can influence the eruption of a stable disaster. The white-haired old priest said, slowly. Everyone present was strangely calm. This was because these were the words of an elder that was about to die. When a person was about to die, their words were kind. Could it be that this isn't a natural disaster? Zhao Feng realized something. After entering the underground city, he only knew that all the races respected the evil god's altar. Through the evil god crystal, the evil god priests did indeed have the ability to control natural disasters. That's just the surface. The white-haired old priest took a deep breath and said solemnly, only the evil god priests and a small number of people know that there's an even bigger disaster underground. An even bigger disaster? The elites of the three sects all felt an unusual atmosphere. Right at this moment, everyone felt a tremor come from the depths of the evil god's altar. Pum! Pum! Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye twitched. At this moment, Zhao Feng and Kong Feiling's imperial Dao bloodlines instinctively trembled in fear. What kind of aura could make their imperial Dao bloodlines fear? Do you feel it? The white-haired old priest had a bitter expression, and his eyes were filled with worry. What's underground? The elites of the three sects all felt uneasy. Faintly, there seemed to be an aura of calamity brewing bit by bit. You should know that there's a race in the top 10 of the 10,000 ancient races called the Destruction Dragon Race. The white-haired old priest said, "Destruction Dragon Race." The hearts of Zhao Feng, Nan Gongsheng, Gu Chaoji and company shook. Ranked 9th of the 10,000 ancient races, the Destruction Dragon Race. Old Fei exclaimed. An aura of fear spread through everyone's hearts. Ranked 8th of the 10,000 ancient races is the Golden Crow Race, and ranked 9th is the Destruction Dragon Race. The elites present all came from 2-star and 3-star families, so they obviously had a lot of experience. A race ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 ancient races wasn't a joke. What a joke! If the Destruction Dragon Race was here, they would be able to destroy the divine illusion dimension with just one breath. A cold laugh came from a purple-haired, handsome youth. The person who spoke was Zhao Feng. He had read the 10,000 ancient races ranking before, and he had a deep understanding of the unique traits, abilities, and battle power of each race. In reality, the 10,000 ancient races weren't ranked purely based on battle power. For example, the Heaven's Legacy race didn't have strong battle power, but their intelligence was unparalleled. The Heaven's Legacy race hunted the Light race, tried to create a time machine, and even had a plan to replicate the ancient races. However, the Destruction Dragon race was definitely a race that could destroy heaven and earth, and their battle power was shocking. The Golden Crow race, ranked 8th, only had one left in the fan universe, and it was the ancient Golden Crow. Its size was immeasurable, and it provided the entire fan universe with limitless light and heat. The Destruction Dragon race, ranked 9th, was said to be the nemesis of the Golden Crow race. According to what Zhao Feng knew, this race was born to destroy. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire world. Old Snake, how dare you lie to us? Some of the disciples and elites of the three sects let out a breath. Cold sweat appeared on Nan Gongxing's forehead. A legendary race like the Destruction Dragon race was simply too terrifying. The white-haired priest smiled bitterly. The true Destruction Dragon race is already extinct. However, there is a black destruction, serpent dragon, sealed in the center of the earth, and it has a faint bloodline of the Destruction Dragon race flowing through its body. Hearing that, the hearts of the disciples of the three sects shook. So, there was a black destruction, serpent dragon in the depths of the earth that contained a faint bloodline of the Destruction Dragon race. In the past, this black destruction, serpent dragon, was sealed by a god. After countless years, although its strength isn't even 1% of its peak, the seal has loosened. The white-haired priest sighed. Boom! A faint tremor or heat came from beneath the evil god's altar. There seemed to be the roar of a dragon that had been suppressed for countless years. The flames of destruction wanted to return to the world and devour everything. The hearts of the disciples of the three sects jumped. An aura of destruction and fear spread. Pung! Pung! Zhao Feng felt his god's spiritual "I jump in" warning. He was sure that the white-haired priest, someone who was about to die, wouldn't lie to them. Most of the disasters underground are caused by the struggles of the black destruction, serpent dragon. The function of the evil god crystal is to calm disasters and stabilize the seal to a certain extent. The white-haired priest let out a breath. Speaking up to there, he sat down on the ground and explained everything. The eyes of Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing twinkled. I won't hand over the evil god crystal. The one sealed, there isn't a true destruction dragon, so it's not invincible. Furthermore, it's not even at its peak. Nan Gongsheng was very straightforward. He didn't care about the lives and deaths of the underground races at all. The pinnacle of power was what he pursued. Priest, you're too late. We finally managed to move the evil god crystal away. It'll be very difficult to get it back now. Zhao Feng shook his head and sighed. He had communicated with the little thieving cat on his shoulder. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its paws, and a staff appeared in its hand. The purple and blood-colored gem on it had cracked. Previously, the reason they were able to take the evil god crystal away was because the blood pond and the staff were both in Nan Gongxing's spatial domain. Zhao Feng's methods and Nan Gongxing's spatial techniques were just a start. The two of them were just there to support it. More accurately speaking, Nan Gongxing hadn't obtained the evil god crystal yet. He only managed to put it into his spatial domain through the efforts of a few people. And now it was already too late to retrieve the evil god crystal. You. The white-haired priest paused, and his face was filled with sorrow. He didn't expect those outsiders to have the ability to take the evil god crystal. When he arrived, it was already too late. I'm very sorry. Please rest in peace. Zhao Feng said regretfully and sympathetically. Wah! The white-haired priest let out a breath. His life had come to an end. In the last instant, the white-haired priest's soul and flesh started to burn, and he released a magnificent power close to the emperor level. Not good. The disciples and elites of the three sects felt suffocated. Even Nan Gongxing and Gu Chaoji's expressions changed dramatically. Did this white-haired priest want to die with everyone? Only Zhao Feng didn't panic. All races in the underground city immediately retreat from the underground world. The calamity is about to arrive. The white-haired priest's sorrowful voice spread to every corner of the underground world. Before he died, the priest used the last of his power to tell the entire underground world. Zhao Feng felt some admiration, but he murmured, The evil god crystal can only delay the black destruction, serpent dragon, from breaking the seal. No matter how strong the evil god crystal was, it was just a crystal. It wasn't the core of the seal, it could only slow it down. Boom! Continuous trembling came from the underground world. Lava exploded in some areas and earthfire wreaked havoc. Roar! A furious dragon roar that had been suppressed to the extreme sounded from the depths of the ground. This world will tremble under the rage of the destruction race. Ancient God Xiang, I will first destroy your palace and then devour your world domain. Chapter 803. Boom! The underground world started to shake as lava and earth fire surged out from the depths of the earth. Some races weren't able to react in time, even though the priest had warned them before they died. This world will tremble under the rage of the destruction dragon race. Ancient God Xiang, I will first destroy your palace and then devour your world domain. A shocking voice sounded from the depths of the earth. The roar of a dragon spread across the entire underground world, and even the surface world started to tremble. Retreat! Not good. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon is about to break out of the seal. The elites of the three sects were in a panic as they searched for their own underground tunnels and fled to the outskirts of the city. Shua! Nan Gongxing's speed was the fastest. He turned into a streak of silver light and charged into the area one level above the underground world. Lightning wings, flying technique. A pair of water blue wings unfurled behind Zhao Feng's back, and with a flap he flew away. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing were nowhere to be seen. The two of them reacted the fastest. Junior martial brother Zhao. Lu Tianfan and company couldn't help but exclaim as they watched Nan Gongxing and Zhao Feng disappear. Ignore him. Let's leave the underground world first. Old Fei gave the order and led the way. The elites of Earth Spirit Hall and the Purple Sun Palace quickly found a tunnel and retreated to the surface world. In just a short while, the surging magma came raging over. If it was just the power of the lava, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to the elites. However, the bottom races of the underground world were the ones that were in trouble. However, the lava contained the Earth Core flame, and even a normal one could turn an Origin Core realm into ashes. The more powerful Earth Core flame could even threaten Void God Realm Kings. From the looks of it, The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon will need some time to charge out of the Earth's core. Gu Chaoji from Earth Spirit Hall murmured. The vibrations and collisions from the Earth's core came one after another. One could roughly estimate the situation of the Earth's core based on the frequency of the collisions and the situation of the underground city. You guys leave the underground city first, Gu Chaoji ordered. There were several half-step kings from Earth Spirit Hall, and they were all experienced. Swoosh! Gu Chaoji moved in the direction of Zhao Feng and Nan Gongseng like a sharp bolt of lightning. The evil god crystal was only temporarily moved to Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain. There are still some variables in this matter. Gu Chaoji had a plan in mind. In less than an hour, the disciples of the three sects retreated from the underground world at the cost of a few casualties. The surface world, in a barren desert, dust and sand whistled. Swoosh! Nan Gongsheng and Zhao Feng appeared in the desert. Zhao Feng, this is your blood pool. Nan Gongsheng used a spatial technique and transferred a pool of blood essence to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng nodded but did not leave immediately. Junior brother Zhao, what are your plans? Nan Gongsheng asked. At this point, he indirectly guessed that Zhao Feng had encountered some kind of accident and obtained a new life. I have an idea, but I don't know if Senior Nangong dares to do it. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. The two started to communicate through divine senses. You want to get something from the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon? Nan Gongsheng couldn't help but take in a cold breath. Zhao Feng's idea was not just any ordinary daring. Danger and fortune exist together. Furthermore, I believe that senior brother Nangong will need a protector if he wants to control and use the evil god crystal. Zhao Feng said noncommittally. Nan Gongsheng's expression flickered, and he nodded his head after a moment of hesitation. Shua! Gu Chaoji of Earth Spirit Hall appeared near them and even took the initiative to greet them. Nan Gongsheng obviously knew that Gu Chaoji hadn't given up on the evil god crystal. However, right at this moment, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng officially formed an alliance and decided to explore the divine illusion dimension together. Gu Chaoji's heart shook when he saw that Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng's expressions were getting closer. One Nan Gongsheng was already so strong. If the unfathomable Zhao Feng was added on, he had no chance of winning at all. Seeing this, Gu Chaoji had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Zhao Feng! Junior martial brother Zhao. Old Fei, Kong Failing, and company from the 10,000 Sacred Clan arrived. Old Fei, everyone, quickly leave and avoid the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. Zhao Feng quickly warned. His god spiritual eye had also inspected the situation underground. From the vibrations, it wasn't too late for the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon to see the light of day again. Zhao Feng, you? The expressions of Kong Failing, Lu Tianfan, and company changed slightly. I still have other things to do with Nan Gongsheng. We'll meet again if fate allows it, Zhao Feng said straightforwardly. After saying that, he and Nan Gongsheng floated away and merged into the sand. This Zhao Feng doesn't have any sense of teamwork at all. He's going alone and doesn't care if we live or die. Those from the 10,000 Sacred Clan said unhappily. Only Old Fei's expression remained the same as he sighed. Maybe we'll drag him down. Just pretend that he's still a normal small origin core realm disciple. When they split up underground, he could tell that Zhao Feng wanted to leave the group and team up with Nan Gongsheng. Hearing that, no one complained anymore. If Zhao Feng was just a normal small origin core realm, then it didn't matter if he was in the group or not. Thinking about it that way, they felt better. Boom! As time passed, the vibrations from underground became stronger and stronger. Those from the 10,000 Sacred Clan hurried and tried to leave the source of the trembling. Those from the Earth Spirit Hall and the Purple Sun Palace also retreated in different directions. About 4 hours later, boom! The underground world started to crumble, and the screams of countless beings could be heard. The earth split open into a huge ravine that resembled a long river. Lava spewed out of the ground, and an aura that could destroy heaven and earth surged out. In that instant, within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, countless living beings and foreign geniuses and elites all felt a suffocating, destructive aura. Woo! Amidst the heaven-shaking roar of a dragon, the earth trembled, and lava and underground fire erupted. Who, from the magma, a 5,000 feet long jiao dragon flew out. Its eyes were deep and cold, and it was the size of a house. Its body was covered in ancient black scales. If one looked closely, they would see that the huge jiao dragon's body was tied up with black chains that were as thick as buckets. As it flew, a series of clanking sounds could be heard. The large, black-scaled serpent dragon left behind a large shadow that could be seen from 1,000 miles away. An aura that could destroy heaven and earth shook heaven and earth. With the black-scaled serpent dragon at the center, everything within several dozen thousand miles shook. In the desert, the legs of some of the disciples that had retreated far away started to tremble. The invisible dragon pressure and the bloodline aura of the destruction dragon race made all beings in heaven and earth instinctively tremble in fear. So strong! That's the black destruction, serpent dragon. The hearts of the members of the 3 sects that had retreated jumped. Their instincts told them that the power of the black-scaled serpent dragon was even stronger than an emperor. Ants die! The black destruction serpent dragon waved its claw, and a faint black wind swept across everything within 10 miles. Arg! Some of the underground races that had retreated to the surface were instantly destroyed. The rat-men, werewolves, lizards, and other humans in the underground cities were instantly turned to dust by the faint black wind from the serpent dragon's claw. At every moment, there were lives and deaths of the underground races. Most of them died to the lava, and a small number were killed by the black destruction serpent dragon. A bunch of ants. The black destruction serpent dragon's large body flashed past, and hundreds and thousands of underground races were crushed to death. Crack! The ground beneath the black destruction serpent dragon's claw cracked, and it roared as lightning and clouds started to swirl. Black destruction serpent dragon, the evil god will punish you. Some of the experts of the underground races that had fallen into despair started to fight back. A king-ranked giant leader led a group of great origin core realms and half-step void god elites toward the black destruction serpent dragon. The giant leader's body was 2 or 3 stories tall, and his defense was shocking. Whoosh! The black destruction serpent dragon's large tail whipped out, and the experts and elites of the underground races were crushed into meat paste. Crack! The king-ranked giant leader's body was also split into pieces. His defense was close to an emperor's, but he couldn't even take one blow from the black destruction serpent dragon. The black destruction serpent dragon opened its mouth and spat out a faint black flame that turned the giant leader into dust. The flame it spat out didn't even seem to be its true origin, the destruction dragon flames. Roar! The black destruction serpent dragon used its large and invincible body to slaughter the nearby underground races. Boom! Wherever the black destruction serpent dragon went was a disaster. The entire underground city was flattened. After venting its anger, the black destruction serpent dragon stood silently in the air for a while. There were still a few underground races that were running away, but the black destruction serpent dragon didn't bother to kill them. Ding! Ding! The black destruction serpent dragon suddenly struggled in the air and tried to use its large body to break the black chains that were as thick as water buckets. However, the black chains were made of a special material, and the more it struggled, the more powerless it became. These yuan sealing divine chains have restricted most of my power, and I can't even absorb the heaven-earth yuan qi. The black destruction serpent dragon struggled to no avail. Ancient god Xieyang, Your world has already been abandoned and abandoned. I'll go to your palace and find the key, recover my strength, and then destroy this world." The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's angry roars continued to echo. Whoosh! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon suddenly turned into the image of a large black dragon and merged into the sky. In the desert, even though the experts and elites of the three sects were very far away, they could still sense what was going on. Perhaps the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon sensed these small dots, but it was too disdainful to kill them all. The battle just now was just a way to vent out its pent-up anger. Right now, its main focus was to remove the yuan-sealing divine chains and break through its limits. The experts and elites of the three sects let out long breaths as they sensed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon leave. At the same time, in a hidden sand cave in the depths of the desert, whoosh, whoosh, two figures appeared on the surface. One was a youth in black clothes, and the other was a handsome youth with purple hair. "Zhao Feng, are you really planning on following the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon?" Nan Gongxing's heart was filled with fear. "There's no need to get close. We just need to follow its destructive aura. This Black Destruction Serpent Dragon can definitely touch the core secrets of the divine illusion dimension." Zhao Feng had a calm expression, and his eyes twinkled. Chapter 804. In front of the cave, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng whispered to each other. Nan Gongsheng was surprised by Zhao Feng's bold idea. Follow the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. They had seen the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's strength before, and it could even instantly kill Void God Realm Kings. Furthermore, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had been sealed for tens of thousands of years and was extremely weak. Its strength wasn't even 1% of its peak. Furthermore, on top of this, there was also the Origin Sealing Divine Chain, which further restricted and confined his strength. Once the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon recovered some of its strength, even a mystic light realm sacred lord would have to retreat. Tsang! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng carefully followed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon on the ground. They didn't dare to get too close. They maintained a distance of several thousand miles or even 10,000 miles. No matter what, safety was the most important. Luckily, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's aura shook everything within several dozen thousand miles. Heaven and earth changed color wherever it passed, and everything bowed down to it. It was very easy to sense it. Along the way, some of the geniuses and elites felt or even personally witnessed the power of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and their hearts shook. What no one knew was that there were two people following the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon from 10,000 miles away. However, reality and imagination were always different. At the start, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng were afraid of getting too close. However, they soon realized that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's speed was becoming faster and faster. Maybe the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's limbs were a bit stiff when it first broke through the seal, so its speed increased after stretching. Slowly, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng found it hard to keep up. The divine illusion dimension was of a higher level, and the pressure of heaven and earth was stronger. Even flying through the air used more energy than the outside world. On the other hand, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's physical body was extremely strong, and it could easily travel through the air. Half a day later, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng lost track of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and they couldn't sense the destructive aura. "Don't worry, we can follow its aura and follow it." Zhao Feng had a calm expression. Back in the day, he and the Emperor of Death had engaged in a long-lasting battle. In terms of tracking, Zhao Feng had some experience. Because of the advantage of the god's spiritual eye, it was his forte. Even if the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's aura was no longer present, Zhao Feng could still use the traces left behind to get a general direction. The two of them simply stabilized their speed. Nan Gongsheng even had the time to try and communicate with the evil god crystal in the spatial domain. In a short period of time, he was still unable to control and use the power of the evil god crystal. However, the divine crystal was already embedded in his spatial domain and could be slowly assimilated. A few days later, Zhao Feng suddenly felt a wisp of wicked power from Nan Gongsheng's body. If it weren't for the fact that he was so close to Nan Gongsheng, he wouldn't have noticed it. Nan Gongsheng, if you assimilate the evil god crystal into your core, its wicked power will first affect your spatial domain and then your crystal core source. In the end, it will even distort your temperament. Zhao Feng sternly warned, "I know what I'm doing. I'll refine and eliminate the wicked power." Nan Gongsheng had a decisive expression. At this moment, the evil god crystal was embedded in his spatial domain and became the core of it. Invisibly, the power of the evil god crystal was currently assimilating his spatial domain. Nan Gongsheng felt his strength increase, and he was overjoyed instead of being shocked. He didn't believe that the power of the evil god crystal could distort him, a void god realm king. Even if it did, he could ask an emperor or even a sacred lord to help him when he returned to the clan. Within the divine illusion dimension, there was a blue, crystal-like lake in the center of an ancient forest. The elites of several forces gathered around the lake. They were either 2-star or 3-star void god realm kings. In the air above the lake, a normal-looking male in green stood proudly with his hands behind his back. This male had a normal appearance, but his eyes were immeasurably deep, as if he had been through the cycle of reincarnation. Facing him were 3 void god realm kings, 2 young prodigies, and a middle-aged male in yellow robes. Xian Wuheng, do you really think you can take the blue crystal tier for yourself and go against the 3 of us kings? One of the youths had a grim expression. His robes were slightly torn, and his hair was messy. He seemed to be in a ruffled state. In terms of strength, he wasn't much weaker than Gu Chaoji from Earth Spirit Hall. These 3 kings had some injuries, and they looked at the male in green with respect and wariness. Xian Wuheng's expression didn't change as he spoke. A domain-level king and 2 early-stage void god realm kings aren't my match. Xian Wuheng, don't go too far. One of the yellow-robed, middle-aged men shouted angrily. He spread his arms, and 2 sparkling yellow, light dragon images appeared behind him. They crisscrossed with each other, looking very lifelike. At the same time, a heavy earth-yellow spatial domain appeared around the 3 kings. Xian Wuheng smiled. A spatial domain of this level isn't enough. He faced the 3 kings with one hand behind his back and the other slowly pushed forward. Boom! 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 Green trees appeared in the air and turned into spikes that instantly pierced through the earth elemental spatial domain of the middle-aged elder in yellow robes. Wah! The middle-aged elder in yellow robes spat out a mouthful of blood, and the spatial domain that he had created for many years almost crumbled. This Xian Wuheng has clearly just reached the early stage void god realm, but he's able to control spatial domains so easily. What kind of monster is he? Around the lake, the members of the 2-star and 3-star sects who had been waiting for an opportunity were deeply shocked. Have you realized that Xian Wuheng has only used one hand from beginning to end? The eyes of a pretty female in a rainbow-colored dress twinkled. Indeed, Xian Wuheng had one hand behind his back as he faced the 3 kings with the other. As expected of a genius, ranked 39th on the Imperial Genius Rankings. Xian Wuheng's true strength is probably even higher than his ranking. An elder at the half-step king couldn't help but exclaim, "Pum! Boom!" Xian Wuheng and the 3 kings exchanged a few blows, and there were close to 10 half-step kings nearby that fought from afar. Facing all of this, Xian Wuheng's expression was as calm as a lake, and he only used one hand to fight back. Bam! 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 The figures of the 3 kings were suddenly pushed back by a weird, 5-colored spatial domain. Xian Wuheng, you win. The youth in green wiped away the blood from his mouth. The battle had reached this point. Xian Wuheng probably hadn't even used his full strength. Everyone accepted their defeat. Xian Wuheng smiled faintly. Then this blue crystal tear is mine. The blue crystal tear wasn't a normal resource. It could increase the strength of one's state of existence and soul at the same time. With this blue crystal tear, Xian Wuheng's cultivation at the early stage Void God realm would become even stronger. Right at this moment, something unexpected happened. In the distant sky, an earth-shattering aura of destruction surged over. At this instant, shocking scenes appeared in heaven and earth. Dark clouds rolled, and wind and lightning intertwined. A strong tremor came from the ground, and lava started to erupt. What is that aura? The elites of the 2-star and 3-star forces felt an instinctive fear and uneasiness in their bodies and souls. As time passed, the aura of destruction became stronger and stronger, and it was accompanied by a terrifying, draconic bloodline from the ancient era. The bloodline of the dragon race? Such a powerful aura of destruction. Xian Wuheng's eyebrows jumped. Everyone looked into the distance and could faintly see a large black figure in the shape of a dragon. Everything was destroyed wherever it went. Not good. Xian Wuheng seemed to see something, and his figure blurred as he dove into the forest near the lake. A while later, the figure of an enormous black-scaled dragon approached the forest. These ants from the outside world. The black destruction, serpent dragon, had a disdainful expression as it waved its claw. Whoosh! A faint black tornado instantly expanded to 10 miles, dozens of miles, 100 miles, several hundred miles. Run! What kind of terrifying being is this? This black destruction, serpent dragon, seems to have the bloodline of the destruction dragon race. The disciples and elites of the 2-star and 3-star forces scattered in all directions, so that they wouldn't be caught by the black destruction serpent dragon in one fell swoop. In their vision, large tracts of the endless forest were turned into ashes. A large number of beasts and rare beasts died in this disaster. A small number of clan members didn't manage to escape in time and died as well. Whoosh! The large dragon-shaped figure flashed across the area. From the looks of it, the black destruction serpent dragon was just destroying everything in front of it and didn't pay any attention to these little things. Half a day later, on a mound in the depths of the divine illusion dimension, boom, boom, a few hill monsters that were as large as mountains were attacking a handsome and elegant young man. These mountain monsters were similar to the ones that Zhao Feng had met in the Floating Crest Palace, but they were several to 10 times bigger, and their auras were even more ancient and profound. The battle power of each mountain king is close to a peak-tier king, and their defense is monstrous. The elegant youth's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Every hill king had a powerful gravitational field, and any target that approached it would be affected by the gravitational field. Some kings that had just reached the Void God realm would find it hard to even take a single step when facing the Mountain Kings, let alone fight. Furthermore, the elegant youth was currently being attacked by 4 or 5 mountain monsters. Chaos God technique, mark of heaven. The elegant young man let out a light shout, his 2 fingers drawing in the air. In the next instant, dozens of cracks appeared in the air and stacked on top of each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the nearby mountain kings were torn into pieces by the cracks in the air. At the same time, a scarlet-red head appeared in the dark brown hills in the distance. The scarlet-red head was covered in scales and had a pair of horns. Its bead-like eyes stared at the elegant youth in front of it. This Xianyuan Wen is indeed worthy of being a peerless prodigy of the 4-star sky suspension palace. He has already comprehended an incomplete, heaven-grade, divine skill at such a young age. The scarlet red had murmured in a low tone. Shua, After killing these massive mountain giants, Xian Yuanwen collected their mountain cores and continued to explore. I'm almost at the core of the divine illusion dimension, ancient God's mysterious palace. Xian Yuanwen looked forward and took a deep breath. As the favored son of a distant four-star sect, the secrets he knew were even better than those of ordinary forces. Luckily, the divine illusion dimension had connected to the core of the divine illusion dimension and placed it near the continent zone. Right at this moment, a dragon pressure that could destroy heaven and earth appeared from the other side of the clouds. The invisible dragon pressure shook everything within tens of thousands of miles. Even someone with Xian Yuanwen's bloodline and strength felt his heart tremble. What a terrifying aura! What? Its target seems to be the ancient God's mysterious palace as well. Chapter 805. Its target seems to be the ancient mysterious mansion as well. Xian Yuanwen looked at the black destruction serpent dragon as it charged toward the depths of the divine illusion dimension. Wherever the black serpent dragon went, powerful astral winds of destruction destroyed all things. Countless living beings trembled and wailed. Even someone as strong as Xian Yuanwen felt oppressed by the colossal destruction dragon might, not daring to approach. All of a sudden, a pondering look appeared on Xian Yuanwen's handsome face. The ancient God's mysterious palace in the divine illusion dimension was a secret that very few people knew about. This time, the area where the divine illusion dimension overlapped with the continent was the center of the divine illusion dimension. Otherwise, normal paths wouldn't be able to reach the ancient God's mysterious palace. However, at this very moment, the sudden appearance of the black destruction serpent dragon had disrupted Xian Yuanwen's plans for the ancient God's mysterious palace. This way, the secret of the ancient God's mysterious abode would definitely not be hidden from those who were interested. The black destruction serpent dragon's aura was too great, and it would definitely alarm many people. There are gains and losses. Xian Yuanwen quickly smiled in relief. With this black serpent dragon as the vanguard, we might be able to disrupt the rules and God's forbidden formation in the ancient God's mysterious mansion. Kacha! He took out a strange talisman and crushed it. A strong but hidden ripple spread to other parts of the divine illusion dimension. Normal methods of communication were restricted in the divine illusion dimension, but there were still some special items. Afterward, Xian Yuanwen leaped up and followed the black serpent dragon. Meanwhile, on the other side of the divine illusion dimension, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing continued to travel at a leisurely pace and would occasionally take a break. The black serpent dragon's speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, it easily reached the level of a martial emperor. The two of them couldn't keep up. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's tracking methods were extremely brilliant. He was not afraid of losing the black flood dragon at all. In fact, the black serpent dragon was simply unbridled as it flew through the air. Most people with tracking experience would be able to easily keep up with it. As expected, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi is getting denser. We're getting closer to the core of the divine illusion dimension. Zhao Feng looked ahead. Over the past couple of days, the beasts he and Nan Gongxing had encountered had become stronger and stronger. Of course, there were many fortuitous encounters along the way. Occasionally, they would even see the traces of outsiders. The range of the divine illusion dimension was very large. There were at least a few hundred two-star sects in the continent's dynasties, as well as the major forces in the surrounding seas. This was a very conservative figure, and it did not include some aristocratic families. Of course, there were very few factions that could send kings. Ordinary three-star sects or the 8 great clans had a higher chance of doing so. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing landed on a hill and started to recover. In order to deal with the dangers in the divine illusion dimension, the two didn't want to expend too much Yuan Qi. The two of them had their backs to each other. Rather than saying that they were recuperating, it was more accurate to say that they were cultivating. Zhao Feng took out the Purple Wind Lightning Lion's King Crystal Core and sat down to recover and cultivate the 5-elemental 10,000 lightning technique. This divine stump dimension had retained its original appearance from the ancient times. Its vital energy was extremely abundant, and its cultivation effects were far superior to the outside world. On the way, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye found some ancient resources that were already extinct in the outside world. At this moment, with the help of the Wind Lightning Crystal Core, Zhao Feng's cultivation could be felt increasing bit by bit. The Wind Lightning Crystal Core contained a true Yuan dimension of wind lightning, and it was extremely pure. This crystal core was a rare element of wind lightning, and it was very compatible with Zhao Feng. In just a short while, Zhao Feng's Yuan Qi recovered, and the size and quality of the core within his body increased. I still need some time to break through to the Great Origin Core realm. Zhao Feng started to think. After all, the Origin Core realm was a long process of accumulating energy. Zhao Feng's 5-elemental wind lightning technique was not a normal technique. After thinking about it, Zhao Feng decided to change his path of cultivation. He no longer pursued quantity. He focused on the quality of his true yuan. Within his dantian, the crystallization of Zhao Feng's core became more and more obvious, and a faint glow appeared on its surface. I'll first raise the strength of my crystal core true yuan to the Great Origin Core realm. Zhao Feng had a goal. The reason he did this was to accumulate explosive power in the divine illusion dimension. In order to speed up this process, Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm. Shua. Zhao Feng's consciousness merged into the small whirlpool in the center of his soul sea. In the next instant, he stepped onto an ancient land, and an ancient aura surged over. The pressure here was even stronger than the divine illusion dimension. However, with Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body, he could still easily walk around. There were a few spiritual fruits on the trees in the center of the forest, and most of them were at least 70 to 80% ripe. The azure spotted python and the ancient demonic bird obediently guarded the area. Zhao Feng picked a ripe ancient dream realm spiritual fruit and bit into it before eating it. The ancient dream realm spiritual fruit was extremely useful to the body and bloodline. Back when the child demigod was a king, a few ancient dream realm spiritual fruits were enough to increase his sacred body's cultivation. However, the ancient dream realm spiritual fruit was hard to digest and absorb. Otherwise, Zhao Feng wouldn't have eaten the ancient dream realm spiritual fruit so late. His consciousness returned to the divine illusion dimension. Nan Gongsheng was cultivating behind Zhao Feng, and wisps of the power of the evil god crystal appeared in his spatial domain. Zhao Feng found that Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain and the evil god crystal were merging with each other. The evil god crystal was the core, and its wicked power eroded Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain and merged into his crystal core. While Nan Gongsheng was cultivating, wisps of purple light started to shine from the silver light around him. Faintly, a crescent-shaped purple symbol appeared on Nan Gongsheng's forehead, like the mark of the evil god. As Nan Gongsheng breathed, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi nearby trembled as if they were worshipping a god. As expected of the evil god crystal, Nan Gongsheng is getting stronger and stronger. I just don't know if he can truly control this power. Zhao Feng thought. Of course, after eating the ancient dream realm spiritual fruit and the king-level wind lightning crystal core, the increase in his cultivation was even more shocking. In just half a day, Zhao Feng's body and bloodline had obviously become stronger. His golden Kuan sacred lightning body had reached the late stages of the 4th level, and he wasn't far from the peak 4th level. This was only because he had only digested a portion of the ancient dream realm spiritual fruits effects. Boom! Zhao Feng was situated in a dark blue whirlpool of water and lightning, and the water of wind lightning Yuan Qi in heaven and earth roared and shook. In the sky above the hillside where the two of them were, there was a large thunderstorm. That kind of power could be clearly felt within a radius of 100 miles. My 5 elemental wind lightning technique has broken through to the 6th level. Joy appeared on Zhao Feng's face. The 1st to 3rd levels of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique were the foundations of wind lightning. The 4th to 6th levels were the foundations of the first 5 elemental wind lightning. And now, Zhao Feng's first water of wind lightning had reached the late stages of the 6th level. I'll be able to create the 2nd element of wind lightning from the next level, the 7th level, the wood of wind lightning. Zhao Feng was looking forward to it. The 5 elemental wind lightning technique connected the 5 elements and was extremely profound. Every element of wind lightning that was formed didn't just increase one's strength. It also meant that one's strength would increase. Furthermore, every element of wind lightning that was formed would increase one's resistance to the element of the sacred lightning body. For example, right now, Zhao Feng had cultivated the water of wind lightning and started to refine his body. His sacred lightning body had a strong resistance against the elements of ice and water. Within his dantian, Zhao Feng's pill core had almost completely crystallized, and it gave off a translucent feeling. Now, apart from the difference in quantity, the strength of Zhao Feng's true yuan wasn't much different from a great origin core realm. Adding on the sacred lightning body and the wind lightning technique, his battle power was comparable to a half-step void god realm. This was even without considering his god's spiritual eye, bloodline power, and some other hidden cards. Let's go! Zhao Feng got up first. There was still more than half of the ancient dream realm's spiritual fruit left in his body, and he could slowly digest it. Once he completely absorbed the ancient dream realm's spiritual fruit, Zhao Feng's golden Kuan sacred lightning body would reach the peak of the 4th level. At that time, Zhao Feng would be able to crush normal half-step void god realms with just his physical body alone. Ningongsheng let out a long breath and got up unwillingly. The evil god crystal had strengthened his domain and crystal core, and the increase in strength it brought was intoxicating. Tsang! Zhao Feng and Nangongsheng left the hill and continued to chase after the Black Destruction serpent dragon. The two had only flown a couple dozen miles when the sound of battle came from a ruined city. Whoosh! Among them, a faint white beam of light shot out from the direction of the ruins. Chase after her! That Yao girl from the Dark Moon, Lord Dynasty, stole the soul, stabilizing pearl, and the heart-nourishing soul wood. More than 20 figures chased from the ruined city. Zhao Feng and Nangongsheng couldn't help but stop and watch. Along the way, the two of them had also seen some battles between outsiders. However, there were several hundred people gathered in the ruined city. This was the first time they had seen something like this. Only a portion of the peak elites were chasing after them. Whoosh! A non-human female with transparent cicada wings could be faintly seen within the white beam of light. Her speed was shocking, and her aura had reached the void god realm. There were 2 void god realm kings chasing after her. The rest were either late stage or peak great origin core realms at the half-step void god realm. Fellow Taoists, please stop that Yao girl from the Dark Moon Lord Dynasty. A young king in ancient armor behind him roared. The speed of the cicada-winged woman's silhouette was a level higher than that of the people behind her. In terms of speed, no one present could compare to her. If Zhao Feng and Nangongsheng took action, they might be able to stop her. This female seems to have some sort of treasure on her. Leave her behind. A light flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out, seeing a small origin core realm youth attack her. The cicada-winged female revealed a look of disdain. However, her expression changed dramatically the next instant. Boom! This punch contained the power of a mountain, and it could instantly kill normal Great Origin core realms. The cicada-winged female was fast and light, but her physical body was her weakness. Because she underestimated her opponent and was caught off guard, the cicada-winged female's body shook in the air and her blood boiled. She was almost injured. Right at this moment, shwa, a bewitching silver light with a hint of purple flashed toward the cicada-winged female. Spatial technique. The expression of the cicada-winged female changed dramatically as she realized that these two weren't normal. This was especially true for Nan Gongsheng. A spatial domain with a hint of purple and silver radiated a wicked power that made her heart shake. "Young masters, please spare me. I'll give you my treasures," the cicada-winged female begged. Chapter 806. Young masters, please spare me. I'll just give you some treasures. The cicada-winged demonic woman's face was as red as a peach. She looked very charming as she begged pitifully. She was at the early stages of the Void God realm, and her strength wasn't bad. Her bloodline gave her incredible speed. However, because she underestimated Nan Gongsheng, she didn't even have time to react before she fell into Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain and had to face Xiao Feng's powerful sacred body. Nan Gongsheng's domain was a rare spatial technique. Once one fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape. Now that he had merged with the evil God crystal, Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain's power and restriction had surpassed common sense. The cicada Yao knew that she wouldn't be able to escape once she fell into it. "Zhao Feng, what should we do with this Yao woman?" Nan Gongsheng asked in a questioning tone. At this moment in time, the three were in a silver and purple spatial blur, and they were almost completely sealed off from the outside world. The cicada Yao woman was extremely surprised. Nan Gongsheng had to ask the purple-haired handsome youth's opinion despite his strength. It was as if the purple-haired youth was the leader. "She's just a non-human Yao woman. Just kill her." Xiao Feng's tone was emotionless. A strong murderous intent flickered in their eyes at the same time. The cicada-winged demonic woman only felt a chill envelop her entire body. The two people she had encountered were clearly people who were decisive in killing. "Kill!" A layer of silver-blue metal glittered around Xiao Feng's body, and the surroundings became heavy as his fist punched toward the cicada Yao woman. Boom! The cicada Yao woman felt a terrifying physical force slam into her body, and she almost instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that she couldn't fight back. It was that she couldn't circulate her magnificent power in Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain, and her true yuan was restricted. Her race specialized in speed, but their bodies weren't very strong. Not good. The cicada Yao woman's body shook as she was injured. Before she could react, she felt a life-threatening danger. Whoosh! 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 A silver-purple spatial blade appeared in Nan Gongsheng's palm and instantly sliced the cicada Yao woman into dozens of pieces. Near the ruined ancient city, Arg! As the cicada-winged demonic woman screamed in agony, bloody pieces of flesh fell from the sky. In the distance, the ancient armored monarch and the others who were chasing after them couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. All they saw was Xiao Feng and Nan Gongsheng attacking, and in just 2 or 3 breaths, the cicada-winged demonic woman was sliced into pieces. In midair, Xiao Feng and Nan Gongsheng started to collect the spoils of war from the cicada-winged demonic woman. The spoils of war from a void god realm king were obviously extraordinary. However, most of them were useless to Xiao Feng. On the other hand, the cicada-winged demoness had just obtained the soul-calming pearl and the heart-nourishing soul wood. The soul-calming pearl was a legendary soul armament used to stabilize one's mind. With this pearl, one could avoid many mental illusions and soul path secret techniques. It could even expel one's inner demons and help in condensing one's will. In terms of value, this soul-calming pearl was close to the heaven-locking bow and the universe sword. However, Zhao Feng was interested in the heart-nourishing soul wood. This soul wood could nourish and strengthen the soul, and it was extremely effective for void god realms. Both the soul-calming pearl and the heart-nourishing soul wood were extremely tempting for those below the sacred lord realm. Nan Gongsheng, your personality seems to be affected by the evil god crystal. This soul-calming pearl is suitable for you. The heart-nourishing soul wood can help me recover my soul power and intent. Zhao Feng said, his god spiritual, I didn't need the soul-calming pearl. On the other hand, Nan Gongsheng's bloodlust and killing just now didn't seem like his personality. Although Nan Gongsheng was decisive, he didn't like killing. Sure, Nan Gongsheng understood Zhao Feng's good intentions. He could also feel the wicked power within the evil god crystal affecting him. Nan Gongsheng immediately put on the soul-calming pearl and felt a cool sensation pass into his soul intent. His eyes became much clearer. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He wasn't strong enough in the divine illusion dimension, and Nan Gongsheng was a strong ally. The heart-nourishing soul wood wasn't bad either. It could speed up the recovery of Zhao Feng's soul power and intent. Zhao Feng estimated that this piece of heart-nourishing soul wood could allow his soul to recover to the level of an early stage or middle stage void god realm. At that time, his emperor intent wouldn't be too far away from awakening. However, right now wasn't the time to use this soul wood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of flying sounded from the distance. It was the 20-some people that had chased after them from the ruins of the ancient city. The leaders were a youth in ancient armor and a purple-haired girl. Both of them were void god realm kings. The youth in ancient armor was a domain-level king. That purple-haired girl was a king tier of the new generation. She was extremely beautiful, and her flowing purple hair made her look even more dreamy and noble. I am Chao Yin, and I come from the Chao family, one of the 8 big families. May I ask where you two come from? The youth in ancient armor said while clasping his hands. He was wary of Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng's speed in killing the demoness just now. One of the 8 big families, the Chao family. Zhao Feng's heart shook. Each of the 8 big families of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty was comparable to a 3-star power or even stronger, and they had deep roots in the Lord Dynasty. Jilan, a disciple of the Ji family, one of the 8 big families. The 2 of you stole the prey we were chasing. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? The purple-haired girl's eyes started to glow with a faint purple light. Zhao Feng's heart moved as he realized that the purple-haired girl, Jilan, had a unique eye bloodline. Both of them come from one of the 8 big families. Nan Gongsheng didn't dare to underestimate them. Before connecting to the divine illusion dimension, the seniors of the mystic true sacred clan had told him about the forces of the Lord dynasties. Any one of the 8 big families was stronger than the 3-star mystic true sacred clan that he was from. Seeing Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng remain silent, the youth in ancient armor, Chao Yin, revealed a smile. He was sure that the forces or families these two came from couldn't be compared to the 8 big families. How about this? Hand over the soul-calming pearl and the heart-nourishing soul wood. We won't ask about the other spoils of war. Chao Yin smiled faintly and said. The purple-haired girl, Jilan, pursed her lips and didn't say anything, as if she was unsatisfied. So what if a prince of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty comes personally? I don't have the habit of spitting out the meat I eat. Zhao Feng smiled in disdain. Hearing that, the expressions of Chao Yun and Jilan changed dramatically, and the group behind them broke out into chaos. Arrogant brat. You're just a measly small origin core realm. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Brat, do you dare to tell us which force you're from? Zhao Feng's words made the elites of the other families feel disgusted. Chao Yun's expression was grim, but he felt that this Zhao Feng was confident, but at the same time he couldn't see through him. It was also this purple-haired youth who attacked first to kill the cicada-winged demonic woman. "Let me see what you're made of." Ji-lan snickered coldly. "Who?" Her beautiful purple hair blew in the wind, making her seem like a purple fairy. Zhao Feng also had purple hair, but it was shiny and even prettier than Ji-lan's. Ji-lan was slightly unhappy. Not only was this youth handsome, but he also had purple hair like her. In fact, he was even prettier than her. Purple star eyes. Ji-lan's eyes glittered with a dreamy purple light. They were like purple stars in the sky as a surge of powerful soul eye bloodline power shot toward Zhao Feng. In that instant, millions of burning purple stars appeared in Zhao Feng's and Nan Gongxing's soul dimensions, and they started to shake. If it was a normal king, they would probably fall into the abyss of soul eye bloodline techniques, lose control of their intent, and be injured. And then Chao Yun and company could use this chance to attack. However, there was a big difference between imagination and reality. The youth in black and the purple-haired youth stood proudly and weren't affected at all. Nan Gongxing's eyes flashed as he circulated his king, intent to block the soul eye bloodline technique that contained the Tao of illusions. As for Zhao Feng, he just stood there expressionlessly, like a puppet, not reacting at all. How is this possible? The purple-haired girl, Ji-lan, couldn't help but exclaim. Nan Gongxing was a domain-level king, so she wasn't surprised that he wasn't affected. Furthermore, Ji-lan's main target was Zhao Feng. The purple-haired youth was like a dead ocean, and the soul dimension attack didn't move at all. Humph! A layer of purple light suddenly appeared in the dazed Zhao Feng's left eye, and a surge of extremely condensed purple lightning shot out of it. The purple lightning was surrounded by wisps of purple starlight. It belonged to Ji-lan's soul eye bloodline power. Boom! Ji-lan's body shook, and her face paled as she stared at Zhao Feng's left eye in shock. "Your eye bloodline." In that instant, her eye bloodline shuddered. Both her soul and her eye had suffered significant damage and backlash. It was hard to imagine. What level had that youth's mastery of the Tao of the soul reached? He was able to reverse Ji-lan's attack like Tai Chi. Furthermore, there was an immortal and undying aura within Zhao Feng's attack that countered all living beings. It made it hard for her to breathe. "Ji-lan, what's wrong?" The expressions of Chao Yun and company changed dramatically as they were stunned. Ji-lan's purple star eyes had always been successful, and even some of the geniuses on the imperial ranking were wary of it. However, at this moment, Ji-lan's face was pale white and her body was trembling. One could imagine how badly she had lost. That brat's eye bloodline is too terrifying. Just the backlash from his eye bloodline made Ji-lan lose so badly. This brat's hair and eyes are also purple, and he also specializes in the soul. Could he be related to the Ji family? The geniuses and elites of the two aristocratic families were stunned. At this moment, even Chao Yin, a domain-level king, didn't dare to make a move. Between Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing, one had an unfathomable soul elemental eye bloodline, and the other was a domain-level king. "Let's go." Zhao Feng coldly scanned over everyone before disappearing with Nan Gongxing. In the next instant, a flash of silver brought the two over everyone's heads and toward the ruins of the ancient city. Chao Yun and the other elites had ugly expressions. These two people were not just arrogant and domineering. They directly flew over the heads of the crowd. However, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing's unfathomable strength made no one dare to make a move. They seemed to want to take advantage of the ruins of the ancient city. Over at the ruins, the Duanmu clan's Zhao Yufei is invincible. I'm afraid the two of them won't be enough. Chapter 807. Chao Yun and company watched as Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing flew toward the ancient city ruins. The geniuses of the top families of the Great Gan Lord dynasty were gathered in the ancient city ruins. "Ji-lan, are you okay?" Chao Yun looked at the purple-haired girl, next to him with concern. Ji-Lan's body was still trembling, and her face was pale white as if her soul had left her body. It was as if she still hadn't recovered from the fright just now. The geniuses and elites didn't understand. Being the daughter of one of the 8 big families, Ji-Lan had a noble identity and was proud. Adding on her unique eye bloodline, she could be said to be a prodigy of the heavens. It wasn't that Ji-Lan had never met a match in her generation, but no one had ever seen her suffer such a shock. His eye bloodline is the scariest I've ever seen in my life, Ji-Lan said with lingering fear. Hearing that, the hearts of the geniuses shook. This was because the Ji family was famous for their eye bloodline, and some famous eye bloodlines had appeared in their family. Although the Ji family's eye bloodline wasn't the strongest in the continent, Ji-Lan had interacted with many top-tier eye bloodlines. No matter how strong they can't be compared to the Eye of Samsara or the Eye of Death, the descendants of God Eyes that have appeared in the legends. A youth at the Half-Step King said, "In the past 1,000 years, some descendants of the 8 great God Eyes had appeared in the Lord dynasties. This wasn't a big secret among the upper echelon of the peak forces. I've seen the descendants of the God Eyes before, but the pressure has left I gives my purple star eyes is even more unique. It's as if it's unique, and no other eye can compare." The Ji family started to think. At this moment, her purple star eyes still hadn't recovered from the fear. They were both soul type, but the difference was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Ha, Ji-Lan, you're thinking too much. Could that guy's eye bloodline be one of the God Eyes? Chao Yin shook his head and smiled. Everyone else laughed and didn't put it to heart. Whoosh, whoosh. On the other side, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng landed on the edge of the ancient city in a flash of silver. Zhao Feng's left eye had returned to its normal color, but his hair was still purple. Coupled with his handsome face, he was extremely attractive to the opposite sex. From the air, Zhao Feng scanned the surroundings with his left eye. The ancient city ruins before them covered a huge area, comparable to the underground world. Zhao Feng could vaguely guess that this was once a prosperous trading city in the divine illusion dimension. Many races came here to trade. Skeletons of various races could be seen in the city, as well as the architectural styles of different races. Later on, no one knew what kind of calamity befell the city, but all the living beings in the city died out in a short period of time, turning it into a wasteland. As soon as the 2 of them reached the edge of the ruined city, they could feel the intense vibrations of heaven and earth yuan qi, as well as the collisions of Zhen Yuan and mighty forces. The battles and fights in the ruined city were exceptionally intense. It turns out that even though all the living beings in the ancient city died in that unknown calamity, many precious treasures were still preserved. Zhao Feng understood the reason. This was the conclusion that his god's spiritual eye came to after analyzing the situation. In reality, there were indeed many ancient treasures dug out from the ruined city. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Behind them, Chao Yun, Ji-Lan, and the other experts of the families returned to the ruined city to fight for the other treasures. It seems like we're late. Nan Gongsheng was slightly excited. In this chaotic situation, his spatial talents were more suitable for taking advantage of the situation. The 2 of them looked at each other and didn't hesitate anymore as they entered the ruined city. After flying for a couple dozen miles, they saw several dozen geniuses fighting in front of them. They were disciples of the big families and geniuses of the clans. Fuck off. Our 8-star tower found the ancient star stone first. That's not true. The ancient starstone is a peerless material used to forge heaven-grade weapons. It's already extinct in the continent, and it's what the Grand Elder of the Jiang family needs. Both sides had Void God Realm Kings participating. Some of the half-step Void God Realms could use their bloodline or techniques to unleash battle power comparable to a king. They were also experts of other forces, watching from the shadows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just at this moment, a layer of mysterious silver light flashed across the sky above the battle between the two sides. "Who's there?" Both parties were slightly startled. One of the two newcomers was a domain-level king who seemed to specialize in spatial techniques. "It's just some ores," a purple-haired youth in the profound silver light said calmly. Between Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng, the former had the sky-locking bow, while the latter had the Qinquan sword. They weren't very interested in normal weapons and blacksmithing materials. Although the ancient star stone was valuable, it wasn't enough for the two of them to pay the price. Whoosh! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng passed through the two groups of people. "Arg, my jellyfish essence!" One of them, a beautiful blue-haired girl, exclaimed in a low voice, her face flushed red. Boom! Shwa! She couldn't fight back at all under the cover of a powerful physical force and a spatial technique, and the jellyfish essence that she had just obtained was taken away. How dare those two steal the treasure of the #1 beauty of the Jiang family, Jiang Feishue? The nearby elites, watching from the shadows, couldn't help but be surprised. Many precious ores had been excavated in this area, and the ancient starstone was the most valuable. The geniuses and elites of the Jiang family and 8-Star Tower were fighting over it. However, two dumb geniuses charged in and tried to steal the #1 beauty of the Jiang family. "Sister Feishue, we'll take revenge for you after we get the ancient starstone." A black-robed king youth from the Jiang family coldly looked in the direction that Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng had disappeared in. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng sped toward the depths of the ruined city. Not bad. This jellyfish essence can make up for the lack of the wind lightning crystal core. Zhao Feng had a smile on his face. Soon, the duo met another group of close to 100 elites. They seemed to be from a certain family. Ha ha ha! There are 2 damaged heaven-grade weapons here, and they're relatively complete. A purple and golden-robed youth roared with laughter. This youth had the cultivation of a half-step king, and there was a wrinkled elder next to him. He was a domain-level king. 13th Prince, apart from heaven-grade weapons, there's also a sealed, dark, green bamboo. There's a damaged soft armor here that even an earth-grade weapon can't break. Some of the nearby geniuses and older elites found something. These people were all led by the purple and golden-robed 13th Prince. The surrounding forces could only watch from the shadows and didn't dare to fight over it in the open. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, a layer of silver light floated over from the air. Domain-level king of the spatial element. The wrinkled elder's expression changed slightly as he revealed a wary expression. "Who are you from?" "We are from the Great Gone Imperial family." "Hurry up and leave." One of the half-step kings roared. Shwa! The layer of silver light didn't retreat. Instead, it flashed into the crowd. Boom! Some of the Imperial's geniuses in the crowd felt a mountain-like pressure, and many of them spat out blood. "Bastard! Stop!" The wrinkled old man let out a loud roar and turned into a yellow streak of light that charged toward the two of them. Nan Gongsheng snickered coldly as he punched backward, and a silver and purple light intertwined. Boom! The two magnificent powers and the spatial domain instantly clashed in the air, and the shockwaves from the collision either killed or injured the nearby Imperial elites. Old bastard! Everyone who sees the resources in the divine illusion dimension gets a share. In the space domain, a purple-haired youth punched out. The powerful force of the physical force fist surged with a layer of scarlet burning flames, covering the wrinkled old man's head. Bam! The wrinkled old man was forcefully pushed back. He was both shocked and angry, but he couldn't go all out or else he would injure even more of his own people. Not only did he not gain the upper hand in the clash just now, he even suffered some losses. Whoosh! Amidst the chaos, the layer of mysterious silver light lingered for a few breaths of time before flying away. "Your Highness, not good." That wood elemental treasure, the boundless azure wood, was taken by those two. The few pieces of void crystal, or that I just dug up, were also taken away. The Imperials panicked. How dare you? Which bastard dares to offend the Imperials? The purple and golden-robed youth was enraged. Sacred Emperor's sword. The 13th prince roared as a dazzling golden sword appeared in his hand. Dragon-shaped sword aura surrounded it, and the aura of an emperor made every living being in the ruins of the ancient city shake. Your Highness, please stop. The wrinkled elder's expression changed as he tried to stop the 13th prince. This sacred emperor's sword can't be used so easily. Furthermore, this isn't the territory of the Great Gone Lord dynasty. How can I forgive you for stealing the Imperial's resources? The 13th prince was enraged. The wrinkled elder had a bitter smile as he tried to stop the 13th prince. The divine illusion dimension was filled with geniuses and elites from countless forces around the continent zone. It was hard for the Great Gone Imperials to monopolize it. Furthermore, those two had only taken a portion of the resources that they had dug up. If they sent people to chase after them or fight them, they would lose the bigger picture. If they weren't careful, other forces might try to take advantage of them. Whoosh! The layer of silver light headed toward the depths of the ruins. Hee, this boundless azure wood is a precious wood elemental treasure. It'll be very helpful for me to form my second 5 elemental wind lightning, the wood of wind lightning. Zhao Feng smiled lightly. Next, the layer of silver light that the two were on used lightning-fast methods to steal treasures from a few groups. However, the forces that did this didn't have any void god realm kings. They only had half-step kings whose battle power was comparable to the void god realm, so their gains weren't as great. Zhao Feng, will our actions anger the geniuses of the Lord dynasties? Nan Gongsheng said uneasily. In just 4 hours, the two had stolen from 4 or 5 groups. We'll leave once we're done. Normal kings won't even be able to get close with the 2 of us teaming up. Zhao Feng said. The combination of him and Nan Gongsheng was very strong. The two discussed and decided to steal from a few more forces. There was nothing they could do. They had come late, so they could only steal some resources like this. Right at this moment, boom, whoosh! A powerful surge of true yuan and intent appeared in the depths of the ruins, and it surprised Nan Gongsheng. In the air above a tattered palace. Miss Yufei, I'm impressed by your strength. However, the Duanmu family's strength alone won't be able to fight against us. A tall, bald man in a black battle robe said indifferently. There were 3 other void god realm kings on his side, and they were fighting against a beautiful female in purple. Chapter 808. At this moment in time. In the air above the tattered palace, for surges of magnificent power condensed into one and merged into the spatial domain of the bald-headed male. Wang, the bald-headed male, and the other 3 kings were surrounded by a domain that was as dark as a demonic abyss. This spatial domain had almost materialized, and its color became darker and darker until it was as black as ink. The combined battle power of the 4 kings was enough to injure some peak-tier kings. This was especially so for the bald-headed male. He was an elite of the older generation, and his battle power was comparable to a peak-tier king. Miss Yufei, I'm impressed by your strength. However, the Duanmu family's strength alone won't be able to fight back against us. The bald man in the ink-black battle robe closed in step by step. However, facing the combined pressure of the 4 kings, the expression of the female in purple didn't change. Her snow-white skin started to glitter with a crystalline purple light. Looking over, it didn't seem to be a normal being made of flesh and blood. Instead, it was a lifelike and noble ice jade goddess. A spatial domain that hasn't materialized is useless against me. The female in purple smiled faintly. She and the green-robed elder behind her seemed to be in an invisible whirlpool, and the combined pressure from the 4 kings was like a stone sinking into the ocean. How did you do this? Unless they have a small world, how can they resist my space domain, which is infused with the power of 4 great kings? The bald man in the black battle robe paled slightly. Before this, he had fought with Zhao Yufei from the Duanmu family, and he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. In fact, he had even been at a disadvantage. Now that they were teaming up, they still weren't able to gain the upper hand. Jiu Wuji, you're indeed one of the top domain-level kings, but you're not enough against the most talented genius in the history of the Duanmu family. The green-robed elder from the Duanmu family said confidently. It was as if he was even more confident than Zhao Yufei. The most talented genius in the history of the Duanmu family. Could it be that the rumors are true? Does that Zhao Yufei really have the bloodline of the spiritual race, which is ranked 19th among the 10,000 ancient races? The bald-headed male, Jiu Wuji, and the other 3 kings were in disbelief. The families and forces behind Jiu Wuji and the other kings were all shocked. As a senior elite, Jiu Wuji's battle prowess is at least on par with the top 30 geniuses on the imperial ranking, but the current situation, Jiu Wuji and the other 4 kings fought against Zhao Yufei and the green-robed elder. Although it looked like it was 4 against 2, only Zhao Yufei was fighting. I don't believe it. Split up and attack. Jiu Wuji snickered coldly as the spatial domain around him suddenly shrank. Whoosh! His figure flickered, and he charged toward Zhao Yufei and the green-robed old man with the other 3 monarchs. Go! Zhao Yufei let out a delicate shout. She spread her lily-white hand, and a crystal-like purple flame-light ray transformed into an invisible ring-shaped impact shield. It swept in all directions. Bang! Bang! Before the other 3 monarchs could even get close, they were sent flying by a powerful force, and one of them coughed out blood. Break! Only Jiu Wuji's black battle robes fluttered as he closed in. A dark pillar of wind howled from his palm and pierced through the barrier. The forces behind the 4 kings couldn't help but cheer at this level of battle power. Boom! Some of the remaining power of the dark and sharp whirlwind beam hit Zhao Yufei. The latter's delicate body slightly shook, but the surface of her body was sparkling, and she was not damaged at all. What kind of body is this? Jiu Wuji's expression changed dramatically. Bam! Zhao Yufei and the green-robed elder used this chance to counterattack and sent Jiu Wuji flying. Jiu Wuji was within a mysterious force field that blocked their attacks. He barely managed to stabilize himself, but his blood started to boil. Even though he was someone who was unparalleled against those below the Emperor realm, his battle power was still unmatched. Zhao Yufei and the green-robed elder revealed solemn expressions. This Jiu Wuji came from a peak 3-star superpower, and he wasn't even 100 years old yet. But his battle power was unrivaled against those below the Emperor realm. Zhao Yufei, I'll take a step back. We'll split the resources around the corpse 50-50. Jiu Wuji's eyes were cold as he suppressed the frustration in his heart. He still had some powerful trump cards and secret techniques, but he was still in the early stages of connecting to the divine illusion dimension, so he needed to conserve some energy. The 2 sides were fighting over the treasures around the corpse, only to see there was a complete non-human skeleton under the tattered building. It had been there for who knows how many years, and it glowed with a golden light, as if it was a metallic Yao sovereign. Within a mile or 2 of this non-human skeleton, there are treasures that could make emperors and even sacred lords go red. Firstly, they were pieces of divine crystals that emitted extremely powerful origin energy pressure. These divine crystals were mostly substandard divine crystals of good quality. They were almost priceless in the world. There were dozens of god crystals in this area. Apart from that, there were 2 heaven-grade weapons and 1 inheritance sacred weapon that radiated an invisible aura that made normal kings unable to get close. Weapons were split into mortal, spiritual, earth, and heaven. Heaven-grade weapons were the strongest weapons in the world, and only mystic light realm sacred lords could unleash their true power. Inheritance sacred weapons were usually heaven-grade weapons, and even the weakest ones were close to it. Inheritance sacred weapons would lower the cultivation of the owner, but they would have other requirements. Some inheritance sacred weapons even contained information about inheritances. In addition to divine crystals, heaven-grade divine weapons, and inheritance saint artifacts, there were also some top-notch tools and precious materials scattered around the area near the skeleton, including storage gourds and even spirit fruits, spirit pills, and saint medicines that were sealed by special means. The strength of the owner of this corpse might have reached the level of a demigod when he was alive. He was at least stronger than normal sacred lords. Even if we can only obtain 1/10 or even 1/100th of the items left behind by a powerful sacred lord or demigod, it would be enough. The geniuses and elites of the nearby families and forces all felt their hearts beat faster. However, in this ruined city, the Duanmu family was the most powerful family. Luckily, there were experts like Jiu Wuji who had reorganized a few families and sects to fight against Zhao Yufei. 50-50? This corpse was just discovered by the Duanmu family. Zhao Yufei's eyes were cold. Zhao Yufei, if we really fight, there are more mid-tier half-step kings and peak great origin core realms behind us. If you insist on doing this, you might be able to survive, but the geniuses and elites of the Duanmu family. Jiu Wuji said cunningly. Zhao Yufei's side had the advantage in terms of high-end experts. However, there were 3 to 4 times the number of mid-tier experts behind Jiu Wuji and company compared to the Duanmu family. One had to know. Some of the half-step kings that entered the divine illusion dimension had battle power comparable to kings. Then let's try. Zhao Yufei had a fearless look on her face. The green-robed elder next to her also had a faint smile and didn't panic at all. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a layer of mysterious silver light approached them. There seems to be a familiar and powerful aura ahead. Zhao Feng murmured within the silver light. That's right, it's somewhat familiar. Nangongsheng nodded his head and said. The two soon approached the outer edges of the palace. Even though it was just the outer edges, there were still some experts and forces watching from the shadows. The inner area was where the 4 kings, including Jiu Wuji, were. The overall strength of these forces far surpassed the 10,000 sacred clan that Zhao Feng was from. Before they even got close, Zhao Feng could hear heaven-grade weapons and god crystals. Pum! Boom! At this moment, the battle in the air above the palace started once more. There was a total of 6 kings in the air above the golden skeleton, and they started to engage in a shocking battle. Of the 6 kings, the elegant and transcendent celestial maiden in a violet dress stood out the most. Every time she attacked, her true yuan was as beautiful as crystal, and she easily sent the nearby void god realm kings flying. As for the half-step kings, they weren't even able to get close. Wah! Apart from Jiu Wuji, the other void god realm kings were all injured. That Zhao Yufei is only at the middle stages of the void god realm and is close to the late stages, but her true yuan is so strong and dense. Even if we use numbers, it'll be useless against so many kings. Jiu Wuji's expression kept on changing. At the moment, he didn't dare to use numbers yet because Zhao Yufei and the green-robed elder weren't scared at all. Jiu Wuji guessed that Zhao Yufei most likely had a little world that contained many powerful trump cards and secret techniques that she hadn't used yet. Whoosh! A layer of silver light approached the forces of Jiu Wuji and the other 4 kings. Yufei! Zhao Feng muttered to himself as he gazed at the woman. She was no longer the slender and elegant girl of the past. She had grown into a truly peerless beauty, one that could topple a nation. Zhao Yufei! Nangongsheng was surprised. Back in the true martial sacred land, Nangongsheng had fought with Zhao Yufei, and he knew how terrifying she was. Zhao Feng, what do you plan to do? Nan Gongxing looked at Zhao Feng with a weird gaze. The battle between the 6 kings became more and more intense. The half-step kings behind Jiawuji and the other 4 kings started to attack from afar. Who's there? The forces behind the 4 kings sensed Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing approaching. Plunder! Zhao Feng snickered coldly as he passed through Nan Gongxing's spatial domain and entered the forces behind the 4 kings. The valuable treasures and precious materials that were scattered around the skeleton would be more valuable as they went from the outside to inside. Even within a 10-mile radius, there were some rare treasures. Most of the treasures in the outer regions were controlled and excavated by the forces behind the 4 kings. Arg! My interspatial ring. Stop! The star darkness meteorite I just dug up. Who's there? Who dares to steal resources from 9 Darkness Palace? The forces behind Jiawuji were in chaos, and roars of anger and shock sounded. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, that streak of mysterious silver light either overlapped or escaped into the void. It was as if there was no one in the crowd. Those below the half-step king level couldn't even touch it. Moreover, every time the mysterious silver void descended, it would carry with it a strange and evil spatial energy and a mountain-like pressure. Some of the half-step kings couldn't even fight back when they were robbed. Who's there? Jiawuji and company couldn't help but look over with enraged gazes. Zhao Yufei's eyes spun as she exclaimed, "It's him! Nan Gongxing?" Chapter 809. Where did those 2 guys come from? They even dared to steal from people from 9 Darkness Palace. Spatial bloodline, body strengthening. What a powerful combination. There were still some forces and experts around the golden skeleton. Their eyes widened when they saw this. Whoosh! 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 The layer of silver light contained a spatial domain, and it flashed around unpredictably. Every time it flashed, the 2 within the silver light would steal some treasures. Their movements were extremely fast, as if they were very experienced. Who dares to make a move against my 9 Nether Palace? Jiawuji, who was wearing a black battle robe, couldn't help but exclaim as he looked behind him with a cold gaze. Every time the layer of silver light attacked, one could see a youth in black clothes and a handsome youth with purple hair. The youth in black clothes was a space elemental domain-level king. Adding on the fact that there was another body cultivator, they were like tigers that had grown wings. Even those from the Duanmu family were shocked. Yufei, do you know those 2? The green-robed elder asked curiously. Zhao Yufei also noticed the actions of the black-clothed and purple-haired duo, and her expression became weird. It's an old friend. Maybe Nan Gongxing's trying to help us. Zhao Yufei smiled. Seeing this, she stopped focusing on defense and started to counterattack, putting more pressure on Jiawuji and the other 4 kings. Ha ha ha, that's good. The green-robed elder wanted this to happen, so he increased his offense as well. Instantly, Jiawuji and the other 4 kings were instantly counterattacked by the green-robed elder and Zhao Yufei. Apart from Jiawuji, the other 4 kings were all injured. Whoosh! Whoosh! The mystic silver light that the 2 were on quickly flashed past 9 Darkness Palace's team and went to plunder the teams of the other forces. Which bastard dares to attack the Sher family? One of the 4 kings couldn't help but roar angrily. The Sher family was also one of the 8 big families. The spectating forces and experts were dumbfounded. The black-clothed and purple-haired duo had plundered the 9 Nether Palace, and now they had turned to plunder the other forces. The forces behind these teams were at least 3 stars, and some were even at the peak of 3 stars. This is insane. The 9 Nether Palace, the Sher family, the Dong family, and Duke Yuan's estate were all plundered by these 2. The experts from the surrounding forces were shocked by the 2's actions. 9 Nether Palace, a peak 3-star sect. The Sher clan and the Dong clan were both part of the 8 great super clans, which were more powerful than ordinary 3-star sections. Duke Yuan's residence was the ruling structure of a province in the Great Gan Dynasty. It was a level higher than the duke's residence in the Tianfeng Great Island Zone. In the Great Qian Dynasty, every province was equivalent to its Songhai. An ordinary 2- or 3-star sect wouldn't have the guts to attack the teams of 4 superpowers at the same time. Thankfully, the black-clothed, purple-haired duo only robbed and did not kill. The target of the plunder was powerless to resist. Doing this didn't go against the rules of the divine illusion dimension. This was because the geniuses and elites that entered the divine illusion dimension competed against each other. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing's wealth became more and more as they robbed. In just half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the two of them had already plundered more precious materials and treasures than before. Thieves, once we're free, we'll tear you into 10,000 pieces. The lungs of Jiu Wuji and company were about to explode from anger. Right now, the biggest profit was the resources around the golden bones. The treasures that Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng had taken couldn't even be compared to these. Furthermore, they only robbed and didn't kill. Jiu Wuji, if this continues, the 4 forces will lose all face. The young king from Duke Yuan's residence said angrily, "No matter how many there are, we'll split the treasures first before dealing with those 2 thieves." Jiu Wuji couldn't take it anymore. At this moment in time, the 4 forces behind them were chasing after the black-clothed, purple-haired duo, but they were being played. Whoosh! 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 Jiu Wuji and company stopped fighting with Zhao Yufei and charged toward the treasures around the golden bones. Heaven-grade weapon, inheritance, sacred weapon, god crystals, spiritual fruits, and sacred pills. These treasures were the core of the fight. Otherwise, Jiu Wuji and company would have charged over and killed the black-clothed, purple-haired duo already. Hee, it won't be that easy. Zhao Yufei smiled as she turned into a purple streak of light and charged downward. Boom! 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 Zhao Yufei's charge instantly scattered Jiu Wuji and company. Demonic Sky Hand. Jiu Wuji stood proudly in the air as one of his arms started to burn and expand into a giant black hand. The enormous demonic hand of the heavens exuded a majestic demonic energy, and it stirred up roiling black clouds and flames. As it moved, it seemed as if the heavens and the earth would rend apart, and it seemed as if it could crush everything in its path. At this moment in time, Jiu Wuji's battle power rose to a whole new level, and he fought against Zhao Yufei for the treasures around the golden bones. Don't even think about it. A layer of crystal-like purple light appeared on Zhao Yufei's skin, and the strength of her true yuan and explosive power rose to a whole new level. Boom! The battle between a male and female, an older expert and a younger genius, made the other kings retreat. Whoosh! 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 Some of the treasures around the golden bones were swept into the air. Take the treasures! Many forces charged forward, and the half-step kings whose battle power was close to that of a king joined the fight. A few kings that had been watching for a long time also joined in. However, the treasures, such as heaven-grade weapons, inheritance sacred weapons, and god crystals, weren't simple. Heaven-grade weapons would have a strong backlash if they were attacked by an external force. The god crystals themselves also gave off a powerful pressure that made it hard for anyone below the king level to approach. In fact, even though the owner of the golden skeleton had died, the skeleton was still emitting an inviolable might. Several sharp beams of golden light shot out from the golden bones, forcing back several kings and half-step kings. A bloody gash was left behind on one of the void god realm kings. Another half-step king, whose battle power was comparable to a king, was almost sliced in 2 by one of the beams of golden light. Watch out! That golden skeleton was an expert that cultivated the Tao of metal when it was alive. The half-step kings exclaimed. The Tao of metal was one of the 5 elements, and its attacks were extremely sharp. In terms of single-target attacks, they were even stronger than the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Lightning. This is our chance. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng looked at each other. The situation had become chaotic. Many precious treasures in the vicinity of the golden skeleton were blasted into the air, and there were even all sorts of backlash, causing people to be thrown off their feet and dust to rise into the air. Whoosh! The layer of silver light quickly moved to the vicinity of the golden skeleton. Wang Peng. Even Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain was affected by the shock waves of the battle. The two of them had entered the core area, so the backlash was very strong. They would also be affected by the shock waves from the battle between Zhao Yufei and Jiu Wuji. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Yufei was still suppressing Jiu Wuji and company. In terms of the number of treasures they had obtained, Zhao Yufei surpassed Jiu Wuji and company. Substandard God crystals. Nan Gongsheng successfully took out a few substandard God crystals with a streak of silver light. He was much more relaxed than the others. So, Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain contained the core of the evil God crystal, which could suppress normal substandard God crystals. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng split up for now. His target wasn't the substandard God crystals. He aimed at the golden skeleton. This skeleton contained an extremely pure metal elemental power and intent. It should have been a non-human with the element of metal when it was alive. My 5 elemental wind lightning will be followed up by the metal of wind lightning. Zhao Feng thought. Ice imperial armor. He circulated his ice-water bloodline, and a layer of ice-blue liquid covered his body, forming a dark blue armor. With the protection of the ice imperial spear, Zhao Feng's defense increased dramatically, adding on the fact that his golden Kuan sacred lightning body's defense was strong enough to block attacks from kings. Whoosh! Water and lightning rippled on the surface of the ice imperial armor, and it contained the power of a backlash. Anyone that tried to attack or get close to Zhao Feng would be attacked by ice and lightning. Zhao Yufei, who was in the middle of an intense battle, felt a familiar aura and glanced toward Zhao Feng's ice imperial armor and water of wind lightning. However, the purple-haired youth wasn't that person in the depths of her heart. They were only similar in terms of bloodline and techniques. Open. After his defense increased dramatically, Zhao Feng circulated the power of his physical body, and a layer of blood-red flames burned on his fist. With a prong, he pushed away the shock waves and backlash. Even some half-step kings and void god realm kings were temporarily pushed away by Zhao Feng. In this process, Zhao Feng also took out 2 or 3 substandard god crystals. Finally, he approached the golden skeleton. The skeleton emitted a powerful pressure, and it could even launch a backlash of metal path attacks. Go! A golden earth-grade chain appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and with the support of his physical body, it wrapped around the golden skeleton. Whoosh! 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 Ding! Ding! Zhao Feng and the people nearby were all attacked by the golden skeleton. Watch out! Dodge! The nearby half-step kings and void god realm kings dodged in a ruffled manner. However, Zhao Feng seemed to have predicted this and dodged most of the metal Dao backlash. This golden skeleton just relies on the intent contained in its body to communicate with the metal Yuan Qi in the outside world. Zhao Feng's god spiritual, I could see everything. His soul intent and cultivation weren't simple, and the pressure from the golden skeleton wasn't able to suppress him. Crack! The instant the golden chain was about to break, the golden skeleton was dragged into Zhao Feng's ancient metal ring. At the last moment, the little thieving cat used its shadow escape technique to absorb the golden skeleton. That thief stole the golden skeleton of the outsider tribes, almighty. The nearby half-step kings and void god realm kings were stunned when they felt the pressure decrease. Even a void god realm king wouldn't be able to absorb the golden skeleton so easily. Don't let those 2 brats get away. One of Jiu Wuji's 4 kings said angrily. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng both obtained a lot. The former obtained the golden skeleton and some items from the corpse. Nan Gongsheng obtained the most god crystals, taking up half of the loot. Chapter 810. In this chaotic fight, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng had successfully interfered and obtained something that made everyone's eyes go red. At this moment in time, the fight for the treasures near the golden bones finally settled down. That thief stole the golden skeleton of the outsider tribe's almighty. Don't let those 2 brats get away. Some of the half-step kings and void god realm kings turned toward Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng. This wasn't just because of benefits. It was also because of the anger and grievances they had accumulated after being robbed. Some of the kings present intentionally or unintentionally closed in on Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng, and they even started to surround them. One of Jiu Wuji's 4 kings even charged toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's cultivation was only at the origin core realm, but he had obtained the golden bones and some items on them. If they didn't leave now, then when? Retreat. A pair of lifelike wings of water and lightning suddenly extended from Zhao Feng's back. Lightning wings, flying technique. Bo. Shua. Leaving behind an afterimage of water and lightning ripples, the wind lightning wings had already flown into the air and met up with the other mysterious silver light. Boom! 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 One void god realm king and several half-step kings with battle power comparable to kings all attacked empty air. That brat also specializes in spatial movement, and it's the rare lightning wings flying technique. The experts and elites that attacked empty air were all stunned. Who would have thought that a small origin core realm genius would be able to comprehend such a profound lightning wings flying technique? His speed, reaction speed, and awareness were all top tier. Go! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng were covered in a layer of silver light as they quickly flew out of the ruins of the ancient city. That lightning wings flying technique. Surprise flashed through Zhao Yufei's eyes as she watched the wings of water and lightning behind Zhao Feng retract. With Nan Gongsheng's spatial movement technique, the number of experts that could catch up to him could be counted on one hand. Jiu Wuji, who was the strongest, was being held back by Zhao Yufei. After the previous plunder and the disruption this time, the 2 of them had gained quite a lot. Heart-nurturing soul wood, jellyfish essence, boundless azure wood, substandard divine crystal. With these resources, my cultivation and strength should have a new breakthrough. Zhao Feng was secretly delighted. With just the 2 of them, it would be difficult for them to dig up some treasures. This method of plundering was indeed very fast in terms of obtaining resources. However, everything has its pros and cons. This kind of unscrupulous plundering was very hurtful and could easily offend people. Junior, stop right there. At the edge of the ancient city ruins, there was a group of people. The leader was a black-robed young king with eyes like cold stars. Beside him were several half-step void god realms and great origin core realms. One of them was a beautiful blue-haired girl who seemed to come out of a painting. It's the Jiang family. The Jiang family's number 1 genius, Jiang Qin, and the Jiang family's number 1 beauty, Jiang Feishui. The geniuses from the nearby forces immediately recognized the origin of the group. Brother Jiang Qin, that's the thief that stole my jellyfish essence. The beautiful, blue-haired girl gritted her teeth and furrowed her eyebrows as she stared at the purple-haired youth with disgust. This blue-haired girl was the Jiang family's number 1 beauty, Jiang Feishui. The expressions of Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng tightened. The 2 of them were about to fall into a situation of being outflanked. Although their battle power was strong, they wouldn't be able to block the combined attacks of so many kings. Zhao Feng's god spiritual, I could sense that there were experts from the Chao family, Ji family, and other forces lying in ambush. Chao Yin, he seems to have sensed our presence. A faint purple light appeared in Ji Lan's eyes, but she couldn't hide the fear and wariness on her face. Earlier, the damage from Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye hadn't disappeared yet. Wait for an opportunity. This Jiang Qin is also a domain-level king, and his battle power isn't bad, Chao Yun said in a low tone. Right at this moment, the silver light that Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng had turned into was blocked. Stay here. A silver spear of ice appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, and it radiated a faint black light. Wang. Everywhere the faint black icy light passed, everything would be frozen before transforming into black powder. It was peerlessly overbearing. Whoosh! 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 The faint black spear of ice actually managed to pierce into Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain. A layer of faint black frost started to condense in Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain. Even though the attack did not pose much of a threat to them, the powerful chill it emitted caused their speed to slow down. At the same time, the 5 or 6 half-step kings of the Jiang family instantly attacked, including the blue-haired beauty, Jiang Feishui. The battle power of these half-step kings was extremely close to that of a king, and some were even comparable to a king. Nan Gongsheng was forced to circulate his magnificent power and spatial techniques to absorb or redirect their attacks. Bam! Rumble! Nan Gongsheng and Jiang Qin clashed in the air, and their spatial domains clashed. The powerful force pushed back many nearby people. Bam! Jiang Chen was pushed back dozens of yards by a palm that contained wicked purple light, and his blood started to boil. If it weren't for the fact that Nan Gongsheng received the power of the evil god crystal, the chances of winning would still be 50-50. Zhao Feng's heart was as clear as a mirror. The evil god crystal had become the core of Nan Gongsheng's domain, and its power affected the crystal core source. Bam! 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 However, at the same time, the other experts of the Jiang family stopped Nan Gongsheng and Zhao Feng from escaping. Even if the Jiang family could only stall them for a few breaths, the pursuers would arrive soon. Thieves! How dare you steal the treasures of the Imperials? I will hang your heads on the city walls. A cold voice sounded from another direction. Whoosh! 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 A group from the Great Ghan Imperials charged over. The ones at the front were the 13th prince and the wrinkled elder from before. There were also some half-step kings chasing after them. Ha ha ha. 2 juniors, you've angered everyone. Let's see where you can run. The kings from Grand Duke Yuan's palace, the Shi family and the Dong family, as well as some half-step kings, tried to surround them from different directions. At this moment in time, whether or not the Jiang family could stall Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng for a few breaths was the key. Zhao Feng, what should we do now? More and more pursuers appeared, and they were quickly closing in. Nan Gongsheng's expression was solemn. Jiang Chen's strength was close to his, and there were a few others who were close to the Void God Realm. These people didn't want to defeat Nan Gongsheng. They just wanted to stall him for a few breaths. I'll take care of him first. Zhao Feng had a decisive expression as his eyes locked onto Jiang Qin. Under normal situations, Nan Gongsheng and Jiang Qin would need at least 10 to 20 moves in a one-on-one fight. On top of that, there were other experts there as well. Go. Nan Gongsheng understood what Zhao Feng meant, and he turned into a streak of silver as he closed in on Jiang Qin. Lightning wings, flying technique. At the same time, a purple-haired youth with a pair of wind and lightning wings on his back landed on Jiang Qin with the force of a mountain. Not good. Jiang Chen's body became heavy under the combined pressure of Nan Gongsheng and Zhao Feng. Break. A layer of bright red flames ignited around Zhao Feng's body as he circulated the sacred lightning body and punched toward Jiang Qin. Hu Wang. Furthermore, the wind and lightning wings on Zhao Feng's back fluttered at high speed, and his punch created a powerful whirlpool of water of wind lightning. Mystic space crack. Nan Gongsheng's palm slashed out a sharp light that looked like a mysterious silver crack. It was accompanied by an evil, purple blood-red radiance, and it hit Jiang Qin at close range. Puchi! Wah! Jiang Qin spat out a mouthful of blood, and a deep gash appeared on his body from his shoulder to his abdomen. Jiang Qin's face instantly paled, and he fell from the sky. It wasn't that the difference in strength between him and the two of them was too big. However, the combination of Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing's abilities could be said to be perfect. Both of them specialized in flying and ambushing. Nan Gongxing's spatial techniques were hard to defend against, and his spatial domain had a strong restrictive effect on his enemies. Zhao Feng's golden Kuan sacred lightning body was so strong that it could suppress the blood and physical bodies of living beings. The mutated blood devil sun bloodline was extremely explosive, and when used with the sacred lightning body and the wind and lightning wings, its explosive power could threaten kings. More importantly, Zhao Feng's consciousness and cultivation countered Jiang Qin's, allowing him to grasp the latter's weaknesses. Wang, a layer of ice blue armor appeared around Zhao Feng's body, and ripples of water and lightning appeared. Bam! 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 The nearby half-step kings and the backlash from Jiang Qin's injuries weren't able to threaten Zhao Feng at all. Since Zhao Feng had successfully cultivated the first water of wind lightning, his sacred lightning body was extremely resistant to water elemental attacks. Retreat! Zhao Feng entered Nan Gongxing's spatial domain, and the two of them turned into a layer of silver light that blocked some of the attacks head-on and passed through the Jiang family. Brother Qin, the #1 beauty of the Jiang family, Jiang Feishue, quickly went to support Jiang Qin. These two aren't normal. Jiang Qin's expression was filled with fear. There's a terrifying wicked power within the mystic robed youth's domain. As for the purple-haired youth, he gives me the feeling that he's an emperor from the older generation. Whoosh! The members of the Jiang family watched helplessly as the layer of mysterious silver light flew over their heads. Apart from Jiang Qin, who was a domain-level king, the other half-step kings couldn't pose any real threat to them. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, Grand Duke Yuan's palace, the Chao family, the Dong family, the 13th prince and company arrived. They were only 1 or 2 breaths away from surrounding Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing. Jilan, if we stop them now, we might be able to kill these two. Chao Yun's breathing quickened. The fact that Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing were able to instantly injure Jiang Qin shocked the two of them. The purple-haired girl, Jilan, hesitated. She respected Zhao Feng, but there was still a shadow in her heart. She knew that this was the best chance to kill Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing. However, instinct told her that this youth's left eye was a nightmare that couldn't be offended easily. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the layer of mystic silver light was about to close in. Pung! Pung! Chao Yun and Jilan's heartbeats sped up. Right at this moment, a wicked smile appeared on the purple-haired youth's face as he glanced over. His left eye turned into a misty purple world. Their hearts shook. In their senses, the youth's smile was mysterious, and the purple abyss in their vision was like a nightmare that was expanding endlessly, as if it was going to swallow the entire world. Whoosh! Whoosh! Until that layer of mysterious silver light flew across the nearby sky. Whew! As if they had just woken up from a dream. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 8:11. At the edge of the ruined ancient city, the geniuses and older elites of the forces glanced at the layer of silver light and left. The forces that participated in the pursuit included the Jiang, Dong, and Shi families of the 8 great families, as well as the Chao and Ji families. Apart from the major families, Grand Duke Yuan's palace and the peak 3-star Superpower 9 Darkness Palace. Even the 13th prince of the Great Ghan Imperials was involved. Most of these pursuers had been robbed by the black-clothed, purple-haired duo or had interfered. At this moment, the pursuers had unsightly expressions on their faces. They had almost let those 2 evildoers escape. What's the background of that black-clothed, purple-haired duo? How did they offend so many forces? Some of the onlookers nearby still had lingering fears. After all, these geniuses and elites all came from super forces of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty. Jilan, Chao Yun, what happened just now? How did you let those two bastards escape? Jiang Chen of the Jiang family asked with a questioning look on his face. Just now, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng had passed by the ambush point of the Jilan and Chao Yun after breaking through the Jiang family's blockade. If Jilan and Chao Yun had taken action, they might have succeeded if they had stopped them for another breath or two. At this moment in time, everyone's gazes landed on Jilan and Chao Yun. Jilan and Chao Yun's foreheads were covered in sweat as if they had just woken up. You can't blame us. Jilan smiled bitterly as she thought back to the gaze of the purple-haired youth's left eye. Did we just get hit by that purple-haired youth's mental energy eye bloodline technique? Chao Yun's heart shook. Jilan remained silent as if she agreed. At the last moment, the two were hesitating about whether or not to attack Xiao Feng. They didn't have much enmity with Xiao Feng. They were just prey that was killed by the enemy. How is this possible? Bullshit. That purple-haired bastard is only at the small origin core realm. How could his eye bloodline technique affect a void god realm king? The experts of the forces expressed their disbelief. At least, this excuse wasn't very convincing. This is the truth. Jilan's expression turned cold as she said, unhappily, my purple star eyes were injured by his left eye bloodline. I even noticed that the purple-haired youth was the mastermind and leader of the group. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in a state of shock, causing even more doubts and disbelief. That purple-haired youth is only at the small origin core realm. How could he be the mastermind? I don't believe that you two kings will be affected by the eye bloodline technique of a small origin core realm. The 13th prince harumphed coldly. Most people didn't believe Jilan's deduction, but a few people were skeptical. Humph, don't blame me for not warning you when you suffer. Jilan didn't bother to explain. Chao Yun believed her words without a doubt. What happened to us just now? Why didn't we have the courage to attack him? Chao Yun took a deep breath. He knew that he had been affected by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline, but he didn't know the details. It's very simple. Jilan let out a long breath and sighed. Zhao Feng successfully used the weakness in our hearts to control us. What? Chao Yun's heart shook. Thinking back, it really did happen. The two of them were wary of Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng, so they were hesitant about whether they should attack or not. Furthermore, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng had just attacked and heavily injured Jiang Qin, stunning them. Before that, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline had injured Jilan. Unknowingly, the two of them lacked courage and confidence, and they were even slightly traumatized. Zhao Feng had grasped the weakness in their hearts and revealed a mysterious smile as he used his left eye bloodline to affect their minds. The entire process, the two of them fell into a state of wariness, fear, and conflict. They didn't have the courage to attack. Therefore, this scene appeared. The two of them watched as Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng ran away, but they didn't do anything. We did indeed miss them for a long time. If we had been more determined and acted decisively just now, we might have been able to keep those two here. Chao Yun couldn't help but sigh. Of course. The two of them were even more wary of Zhao Feng, and they felt how terrifying he was. So, a powerful demonic Dao might arrived in this area, bringing with it a shocking pressure. What's going on? How did those two bastards get away? Jiu Wuji flew through the air. At this moment, the fight for the treasures near the Golden Bones had ended. Zhao Feng, Nan Gongsheng, and the Duanmu family were the biggest winners. Jiu Wuji and company had the advantage in numbers, but they had been played around. It's like this. Jiang Chen from the Jiang family roughly told them what had happened. After learning that the duo in black clothes and purple hair had escaped almost completely unharmed, Zhu Wuji was enraged. There were so many of you, but you let those two bastards get away? Zhu Wuji couldn't vent the anger in his heart. It was one thing for him to lose to Zhao Yufei from the Duanmu family. After all, she had the bloodline of the spiritual race and was too strong. But now, two unknown brats had caused chaos among the super forces, including the Nine Nether Palace, and had even plundered a huge amount of benefits. Zhou Wuji couldn't accept this no matter what. Those two bastards have unique abilities and shocking speed. We need to think about how to deal with them. An old and calm voice sounded. The owner of this voice was the wrinkled elder next to the 13th prince. In terms of strength, the wrinkled elder wasn't much weaker than Zhou Wuji. However, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng had already escaped by the time he arrived. A while later, the leaders of the forces that Zhao Feng had robbed gathered together in the ruins of the ancient city. Very good. Now that everyone's here, let's discuss how to chase after them and kill them. Zhu Wuji and the wrinkled elder looked at each other, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. In reality, the reason why the geniuses and elites of these forces wanted to chase after the black-clothed, purple-haired duo wasn't just because of the treasures on them. There was another important reason, and that was face. Some people just couldn't vent their anger. One had to know that these geniuses and elites all came from super forces. The 13th prince was a member of the Great Gan Imperials. If this matter was spread out, the Imperials, the super families, and the peak 3-star forces would lose all face. However, the Chao family and the Ji family didn't participate. They didn't have a deep feud with Zhao Feng. The Duanmu family also didn't participate. The Duanmu family was the beneficiary, so no one was surprised that they didn't participate in the hunt for the black-clothed, purple-haired duo. However, those who paid attention would find out. The black-clothed, purple-haired duo didn't attack the Duanmu family. Could it be that they were just scared of Zhao Yufei? Those who paid attention didn't believe that the black-clothed, purple-haired duo would be scared of anything. Jilan was one of those people. 2 days later, the ruins of the ancient city were turned upside down, and the forces all left. Weird. Those people seemed to have a common goal. Zhao Yufei started to think. Zhou Wuji, the 13th prince, and company had left long ago. Who knew what they were planning? Yufei, I've heard the news. Zhou Wuji and the others have joined forces with several other forces to hunt down the two of them. The green-robed elder flew over. Chase after them? Zhao Yufei's eyebrows furrowed. She was slightly worried. Yufei, are you worried about that friend's safety? According to what I heard from Jilan, the black-clothed, purple-haired duo is extremely strong. The other purple-haired youth's ability is even more unique. He has a powerful soul eye bloodline. Even Jilan and Chao Yun were defeated by him. The green-robed elder continued. Hearing this, Zhao Yufei's expression changed slightly and her eyes flashed. Purple hair, soul elemental, eye bloodline. How could all of this be so coincidental? Zhao Yufei started to think. The suspicions in her heart became stronger and stronger. However, the purple-haired youth's age, appearance, and technique were completely different from that person in her memories. Furthermore, purple hair and soul elemental bloodlines weren't unique to that person. For example, most of the Ji family's eye bloodlines were soul elemental, and their hair was purple. Brother Feng, did you also enter the divine illusion dimension? Zhao Yufei's clear eyes revealed a trace of beautiful, fanciful expectation. If Nan Gongsheng could enter the divine illusion dimension, then why couldn't that person? Let's go. Zhao Yufei raised her pretty face and made a decision. Yufei, you wanna? The green-robed elder asked. Try to find Nan Gongsheng first. I have something to ask him. Zhao Yufei had a determined expression. There was no one left in the ruins of the ancient city. Within a mountain range in the divine illusion dimension, whoosh! A layer of profound silver light floated into an ancient forest in the mountain range. "Whew!" The blue-robed elder let out a breath. He was tired but excited. "You're quite cautious after running for so long. However, the rewards this time are quite plentiful." Nan Gongsheng and Zhao Feng both had smiles on their faces. The two had gone crazy this time. They had robbed so many forces in the chaos and became everyone's target. Immediately, the two cleared out a quiet area in the depths of the forest and started to organize their rewards. Nan Gongsheng's rewards were mainly substandard god crystals. Justin alone had obtained several dozen substandard god crystals. These substandard god crystals were all placed in the spatial domain and used to nurture the evil god crystal. Zhao Feng could feel that Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain had become stronger over the past couple of days. The quality and element of his true yuan had changed. From the looks of it, Nan Gongsheng's strength was increasing, and a wicked aura started to appear on his body. Luckily, only Nan Gongsheng's power was affected by the soul-calming pearl. The effect on his personality wasn't very obvious yet. Within the forest, Zhao Feng was also organizing his spoils of war. He didn't have many god crystals, only a few. However, the golden bones he had obtained were not simple. They contained the essence of power and laws of metal. When Zhao Feng cultivated the metal of wind lightning, the golden bones would be able to be used. Zhao Feng found a few remaining parts on the golden bones. A grayish gold belt was wrapped around the golden skeleton's waist. It was not very eye-catching. It wasn't very eye-catching, and there was a scarlet gold nose ring. Finally, on the feet of the golden skeleton, there was a pair of ancient green leather shoes, on which there were faint ancient and fine veins. Chapter 812. Meow Meow. The little thieving cat suddenly popped out, blinking its eyes as it examined the remaining parts of the golden skeleton. A gray gold belt, a scarlet gold nose ring, and a pair of green leather shoes. "Thieving cat, pick whatever you want." Zhao Feng smiled and said. From its expression and actions, he could tell that the little thieving cat was interested in at least one of the treasures. In this life, Zhao Feng didn't need weapons as much as he did when he cultivated the golden Kuan sacred lightning body. He had the sky-locking bow and the strengthened ice imperial spear, and that was enough. Meow. The little thieving cat flipped in the air and landed on the gray gold belt, then gently pinched it with its paws. A wisp of silver-gray light merged into the gray gold belt from its paws. The gray gold belt suddenly changed shape and turned into a dark golden dragon snake whip that twisted in the air. Meow. The little thieving cat waved its paw, and the dark golden dragon snake whip turned into a golden dragon dozens of yards long that let out a soul-shaking roar. The invisible power made the ancient beasts nearby tremble in fear. Boom! The golden dragon seemed like it wanted to swallow and spit out as it soared into the sky, illuminating the clouds and creating all kinds of signs of the world. The inheritance of this dark, golden dragon snake whip probably isn't any weaker than the Qingkuan sword. Nan Gongsheng's expression changed. Meow meow. The little thieving cat was extremely satisfied and shook its paw. The golden dragon quickly shrank and turned into a dark golden necklace that hung around its neck. It was obvious that the dark golden dragon snake whip had the ability to change the shape of metal. Thieving cat, you sure know how to pick. Zhao Feng pulled on its ears. Needless to say, among these 3 items, the most valuable one was taken by it. The remaining 2 items were the nose ring and the shoes. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the dark green shoes and tried to put them on. Zhao Feng put on the shoes, and before he even circulated his true yuan, he felt his body become lighter. His speed and agility increased dramatically. Zhao Feng merged his water of wind, lightning true yuan into the shoes. Whoosh! A beam of green flame shot out from the ancient green shoes and instantly pushed Zhao Feng nearly 1,000 feet away. What a fast speed! Zhao Feng was shocked. Based on the initial analysis, this pair of shoes was a support-type treasure. It didn't have any offensive power, but its grade was close to the heaven grade. Zhao Feng was very satisfied with the function of the shoes. With this pair of shoes, Zhao Feng's speed was greatly increased. It could also enhance the explosive power of his sacred body and his mutant bloodline. Furthermore, this pair of shoes had a certain level of protection for the lower part of one's feet. With a powerful burst of speed, one could deal with all kinds of emergencies. Of course, Zhao Feng was still exploring the abilities of the ancient green shoes. He felt that this pair of shoes was somewhat related to the Heaven's legacy race civilization. At the very least, it was somewhat similar in style. Nangongsheng, this nose ring is yours. Zhao Feng smiled and generously handed the last nose ring to the dazed Nangongsheng. Since they were all parts of the golden skeleton, the ability of the nose ring shouldn't be bad. Nangongsheng took the nose ring and stuck it on his nose, merging his king intent and true yuan into it. A light suddenly flashed through Nangongsheng's eyes, and he looked gratefully at Zhao Feng. Next, Nangongsheng quickly put the nose ring on his nose. His originally handsome nose now had a wicked aura after putting on the scarlet gold nose ring. Nangongsheng, what's the use of this nose ring? Zhao Feng's face twitched. At this moment, Nangongsheng's aura had changed even more after putting on the nose ring. This nose ring might not be very useful to you, but it's like giving me a bloodline ability. Nangongsheng gave a mysterious smile and didn't explain. Zhao Feng guessed that this nose ring was also a support-type item. In reality, the three items were all support-type items, and they were worn by the owner of the golden skeleton. Within the forest, Zhao Feng and Nangongsheng didn't say anything else and started to cultivate. With the help of the fortune in the divine illusion dimension, the two's strength had increased rapidly. Heart-nourishing soul wood. A translucent piece of green wood appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. The carvings on it were extremely dense, and it radiated a pure undulation of wood elemental soul power. Immediately, Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and absorbed the life force within the wood. With the help of the wood, Zhao Feng's soul became stronger. In terms of mastery of the Tao of the soul, Zhao Feng was even stronger than some peak emperors, and he was only second to the Emperor of Death. Zhao Feng then started to multitask. King Core. A dark purple crystal core appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. It was the crystal core of the purple wind lightning lion. This crystal core perfectly matched the elements of wind lightning. The water of wind lightning that he was currently cultivating lacked the element of water. Jellyfish essence. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as a transparent blue ball around the size of a fist floated in front of him. This jellyfish essence was taken from the number 1 beauty of the Jiang family, Jiang Feishue. This meant that Zhao Feng's water of wind lightning would be able to break through to the next level without any problems. All he needed was some time. Time passed by. The aura radiating from Zhao Feng's body started to increase at a visible rate. An invisible undulation of soul power also appeared from Zhao Feng's body. The core of Zhao Feng's soul was extremely strong, and the undulation it gave off even made Nangongsheng, who was next to him, shake. Looks like this Zhao Feng really did steal someone else's body and revive. Nangongsheng had a guess. In the Tsang Sea, the left-eyed heavenly monarch appeared out of nowhere and shook the 3 spirit zones. But who would have thought that this legendary heaven's favorite would fall so quickly? Zhao Feng, didn't you kill the Emperor of Death? Apparently, you even appeared in the 3 sacred lands after that. Why did you? Nangongsheng couldn't help but be curious. Even he could only look up to Zhao Feng's legend. The cursed words of death that the Emperor of Death used before he died is something that even sacred lords and demigods can't undo. I had to pay a heavy price to get rid of it. Zhao Feng murmured as he cultivated. Nangongsheng's heart shook. Not many people knew about this secret. If it wasn't for the cursed words of death, what level would Zhao Feng have reached? Nan Gongseng had heard a bit about the cursed words of death. It was already a miracle that Zhao Feng was able to get rid of the cursed words of death. Now that Zhao Feng had stolen someone else's body, it was hard to imagine how he would rise and sweep through everything. He couldn't help but smile. Nan Gongseng was extremely excited. He was actually able to work together with the left-eyed Heavenly Emperor, who shook the entire Tsang Ocean. Zhao Feng, don't worry. I, Nan Gongseng, won't drag you down. Nan Gongseng took a deep breath. He already knew that Zhao Feng's path of recultivation was unstoppable. There weren't many geniuses in the Lord dynasty that could be compared to Zhao Feng. Even Zhao Yufei, who had the bloodline of the spiritual race, seemed to respect and rely on Zhao Feng. The current Zhao Yufei had grown to a level that made Nan Gongseng feel helpless. However, perhaps because the situation was too chaotic or perhaps because of some other reason, Zhao Feng didn't acknowledge Zhao Yufei. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Crack! The heart-healing soul wood in Zhao Feng's hand broke into several pieces. Soul power has stabilized at the early stages of the Void God realm and is close to the domain level of a normal domain level king. Zhao Feng nodded his head. As his soul power recovered, his emperor intent also recovered 20 to 30%. In terms of intent, Zhao Feng was comparable to a peak-tier king. In terms of soul Dao techniques, no one in the divine illusion dimension could be compared to him. A while later, a howling whirlpool of water appeared in the air above Zhao Feng's head and gathered the power of wind and water lightning. Peak small origin core realm. A smile formed on Zhao Feng's face as he nodded his head. His wind lightning technique had reached the 6th level, and adding on his cultivation and the endless supply of resources, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. At this moment, the jellyfish essence in Zhao Feng's hand had dimmed by 30 to 40%. It would still take some time to break through to the great origin core realm. However, apart from the lack of true yuan, the strength of Zhao Feng's true yuan had already surpassed some early-stage great origin core realms. The ancient dream realm's spiritual fruit he had eaten a few days ago had mostly been digested as well. Zhao Feng's state of existence and sacred lightning body were both slowly becoming stronger. I'm just a sliver away from breaking through to the peak 4th level of the sacred lightning body. At that time, I'll be invincible against those at the origin core realm, and I'll even be able to fight against kings for a short amount of time. Excitement appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes. During this period of time, Nan Gongxing's strength had also increased significantly. A wicked silver and purple light surrounded Nan Gongxing's body, and a surge of wicked power made the nearby beasts and beasts tremble. Shua! Nan Gongxing's hair started to glow with a faint purple light. A purple and blood-colored crescent moon symbol appeared on his forehead, as if it was the mark of an evil god. Purple hair. Zhao Feng paused for a moment. Now, Nan Gongxing's hair had also turned purple, and the two seemed to be a perfect match. Within the forest, just as Zhao Feng was about to break through to the peak 4th level of the sacred lightning body, the scarlet golden nose ring on Nan Gongxing's face shook slightly and his nose twitched. Zhao Feng, it seems like the auras of some people are approaching. Nan Gongxing said, "Is this the ability of Nan Gongxing's nose ring?" Zhao Feng was slightly surprised, but he didn't dare to delay as he used his god's spiritual eye to scan the distance. Retreat. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. His left eye saw the figures of the pursuers surrounding the forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! A layer of demonic, silver-purple light brought the two of them out of the ancient forest. Scoundrel, surrender now. The two had just escaped out of the ancient forest when they were chased by a king and several half-step kings nearby. The king was a youth from Grand Duke Yuan's palace, and he had participated in the attack against Zhao Yufei. Stay here. The young king blocked them from the side. Fuck off. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng roared in unison. Within the silver and purple light, the duo didn't even turn their heads as they threw out a punch and a palm. Bam! Bam! A layer of burning bright red fist force and a demonic silver-purple palm blade enveloped the area. Wah! The young king's body was sent flying with a bam. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as white as paper. He couldn't stand up for a long time. As for the other half-step kings, they were blown far away by the powerful wind wave before they could even get close. Those two bastards have dyed their hair purple. Their strength has increased so much. The expressions of the pursuers changed dramatically when they saw this. Chapter 8:13. Whoosh! Whoosh! The layer of silver and purple light sped toward the mountain range in the distance, and its speed became faster and faster. After getting past the young king from Grand Duke Yuan's palace, no one else could stop Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng. Very few kings that chased after them were as fast as Nan Gongsheng. He's too fast. The kings of the Shi and Dong families chased for a while, but they could only watch as the layer of silver and purple light went further and further away. It was several times harder to stop a spatial king than a king of the same cultivation. How did the plan to surround them fail? A dark and angry voice sounded from the other side of the forest. Whoosh! A tall, bald male wearing a black battle robe flew over, with a dominating demonic, Tao magnificent power. The newcomer was Jiu Wuji from Nine Darkness Palace. After that, the 13th prince and the wrinkled elder arrived. We followed them layer by layer until they surrounded us. At the critical moment, we were detected by those two. The wrinkled elder sighed. They had countless talents and abilities, and many of them were good at tracking. After several days of elimination and meticulous tracking, the various factions determined where Zhao Feng and Zhao Luo were and began to surround them. However, they didn't expect that. At the last moment, Nan Gongsheng and Nan Gongsheng were alerted. On the other side, in the clouds above the mountain range, Nan Gongsheng, the ability of your nose ring isn't bad. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. When he first picked it, Zhao Feng wasn't interested in it because it didn't fit his taste. So, Nan Gongsheng's nose ring gave him a super sensitive sense of smell. This sense of smell could be used for tracking and judging the elements of various treasures. The nose ring could even filter out some of the poisons in the outside world. It was because of this nose ring that Nan Gongsheng was able to smell the auras of the pursuers. He could then use it with Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye to find the best escape route. For Nan Gongsheng, this was like a supportive bloodline ability. Of course, the nose ring didn't mean much to Zhao Feng. His god's spiritual eye had a similar supportive ability, but it was even stronger. The difference was that one was vision while the other was smell. Thief, where do you think you're going? A majestic and astonishing demonic power surged from the mountains behind him. The hearts of Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng shook. Whoosh! A bald, burly man with a pair of black flame demon wings on his back swooped over aggressively like a Black Wings demon lord. What incredible speed! Solemnity appeared on Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng's faces. This Jiu Wuji was indeed worthy of being one of the top kings of the older generation. His cultivation was deep, and his secret techniques were powerful. At this moment, in terms of speed, Jiu Wuji had the advantage and was able to catch up to Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng. Baldy, do you think you can stop us by yourself? Nan Gongsheng laughed coldly. Indeed, only Jiu Wuji could catch up to them with his speed. Perhaps the wrinkled old man by the 13th prince's side had some ability, but the old man had to protect the prince, so he had to be wary. Let's give it a try then. Jiu Wuji couldn't help but lick his lips with a cruel expression. Although he was an elite of the older generation, his true strength was enough to rank him in the top 30 of the Imperial Genius rankings, maybe even higher. Boom! The black flame demon wings on Jiu Wuji's back created a storm of black flames that caused the sky nearby to darken. A surge of demonic power merged with the power of the demonic Tao domain and instantly slammed into Nan Gongsheng and Zhao Feng. Boom! Nan Gongsheng and Zhao Feng's figures shook, and the spatial domain they were in started to shake and show signs of becoming unstable. At the same time, a layer of pitch-black aura tried to squeeze into Nan Gongsheng's spatial domain. Not good. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng retreated as a pressure swept over them from every direction. The initial clash of the spatial domains instantly revealed the difference in strength between the two kings. Although Nan Gongsheng was a rare genius and had a heaven spiritual body and a spatial spiritual body, he hadn't been able to become a king for long. On the other hand, Jiu Wuji's true Yuan foundation was extremely deep, and his techniques were extremely proficient. His spatial domain was extremely strong, and it wasn't any weaker than a peak-tier king's. Demonic Sky Hand. Jiu Wuji roared as one of his arms started to burn and expand, turning into a giant pitch-black hand that could pierce through heaven and earth. Wang. The enormous demonic hand of the sky drew upon surging black clouds and flames, and with a wave of it, the heavens and the earth shattered. Its combat power broke through the barrier of cultivation and reached the peak of the king realm. Bam! Bam! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng fought back together, but they were still smashed into the abyss by the demonic sky hand. Firstly, Jiu Wuji suppressed them in terms of spatial domain. After that, Jiu Wuji's foundation, mastery, and cultivation had all reached the peak of the void god realm. On the other hand, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng's main battle power was still Nan Gongsheng. Up until now, Zhao Feng had been mainly supporting them. Ha ha ha. 2 thieves. I alone am enough to kill the 2 of you. Jiu Wuji let out a roar and charged down without any fear. In reality, Jiu Wuji already had the possibility of becoming a peak-tier king 10 years ago. However, in order to increase the chances of entering the divine illusion dimension, he restricted his cultivation and remained at the domain level. This was because the chances of a peak-tier king entering the divine illusion dimension were extremely low. Even 4-star sects didn't have much confidence. Let's see how long your secret technique can last. Nan Gongsheng landed on the ground, and the purple crescent moon mark on his forehead flashed as his purple hair blew in the wind. On the ground, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng both had purple hair, and they looked at each other. Go! The 2 attacked at the same time. Sacred lightning body. The bones in Zhao Feng's body cracked as his body grew taller, and a layer of silver blue metal appeared on his body. Boom! A circle of faint physical force from his sacred body shot toward Jiu Wuji in the air. With the strengthening of the sacred lightning body, Zhao Feng's sacred body was able to fight against a king for a short period of time. And this was just his basic strength. Wings of wind and lightning. A pair of wings made of water and lightning spread behind Zhao Feng's back, and they summoned a powerful surge of heaven and earth wind lightning. It wasn't over yet. Open! A layer of bright red flames surrounded Zhao Feng's body, and he seemed like a flaming, demonic sovereign. After these 2 boosts, the power of Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had reached the level of a king, and it was even slightly stronger than normal kings. There was still one last step. Whoosh! Boom! The green shoes under Zhao Feng's feet shot out a beam of green flames that increased his speed by several times. With the boost of speed, Zhao Feng's explosive power had reached a terrifying level. Jiu Wuji only saw an afterimage flash, and a tall figure with flaming wings and indescribable magnificent power appeared in front of him. Boom! Pung! Zhao Feng's powerful punch instantly arrived before Jiu Wuji. How is this possible? Jiu Wuji's body trembled in disbelief. This youth's attack had actually passed through his domain and the demonic Tao force field around him and reached his true body. Break! With a flash of silver, Nan Gongseng used his spatial movement technique to close in and slashed out a silver-purple wavy blade from his palm. The terrifying power of space was enough to turn everything into dust. Furthermore, Nan Gongxing's attack contained the evil god crystal's unique characteristics. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this instant, Jiu Wuji faced the furious counterattack of Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing. Demonic sky force field. Jiu Wuji stood proudly in the air, and the space around him twisted and turned black. It was as if space was collapsing. That powerful force field was able to absorb and divert the attack to the maximum. Demonic sky hand. Jiu Wuji waved his black hand, and black flames once again crushed down on Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing. Nan Gongxing's spatial domain shook once more. Zhao Feng's physical body started to hurt under the pressure of the black hand. Hee, so what if it's just a momentary burst of power? Jiu Wuji snickered coldly. He could guess that Zhao Feng might be a king or even an emperor that had reincarnated. It wasn't rare for void god realm kings to reincarnate. As long as they could endure Zhao Feng's burst of power, they would be able to counterattack and suppress him. Bam! Bam! As Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing fell into a disadvantage once more, they were forced back to the ground by the demonic sky hand. Whoosh! At the same time, the 13th prince, the wrinkled elder, and the other experts chased over. Let's see where you can run at the last moment. A smug look appeared in Jiu Wuji's eyes. As long as reinforcements arrived, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing wouldn't be able to escape. Final attack. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing looked at each other before unleashing explosive attacks toward Jiu Wuji from the ground. Laughable. A mocking smile appeared on Jiu Wuji's face. The huge difference between their foundational strength wasn't something that could be made up for with intent or explosive techniques. However, Jiu Wuji's body suddenly froze. Wang, Zhao Feng's punch combined his bloodline power and physical force created a weird dimension in his vision that made him go insane. Illusion Maze Domain. Jiu Wuji's senses were instantly blinded, and he found himself in a maze filled with mist. His control over reality was reduced by 40 to 50%. Peng! Peng! Shua! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing's attacks instantly pierced through Jiu Wuji's weakened demonic sky force field. Wah! Jiu Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood as he struggled out of the illusion maze domain. Although Zhao Feng had reincarnated, he hadn't recultivated the Tao of the soul, so he still had this soul Tao domain. Now that his soul had recovered to the level of a king, the power of the illusion maze domain was back to its peak. Meow meow! Before Jiu Wuji could react, a golden dragon shadow that was dozens of feet long wrapped around his body. Damn it! Jiu Wuji's body tensed as a gray-golden whip wrapped around him, and surges of golden dragon aura entered his body. Baldy die! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing's attacks descended once more, and they were accompanied by the interference of the soul Tao domain. Arg! Jiu Wuji screamed as he barely managed to break free from the little thieving cat's golden whip. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiu Wuji fell from the sky, and his body was covered in dense, blood-colored wounds. There were even some burnt marks on his body. It was a gruesome sight. Jiu Wuji actually lost. The wrinkled male, the 13th prince, and company were filled with shock when they saw this scene. At the same time, a beautiful purple figure landed in the forest where Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing were cultivating, and her expression changed slightly. I'm too late. Nan Gongxing, you need to hold on. Chapter 814. In the air above the mountain, boom! Jiu Wuji's tall, bald figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Right at this moment, the 13th prince, the wrinkled elder, and company had just arrived, and their hearts shook. Everyone knew how strong Jiu Wuji was. Back in the ruined ancient city, only Zhao Yufei was able to suppress him. It could be said that, It was hard for Jiu Wuji to meet an opponent below the emperor level, and his battle power wasn't any weaker than some famous peak-tier kings. The battle ended so quickly. How did the purple-haired bandits do it? The wrinkled elder was dazed. They had just arrived and saw the result, but they didn't see what had happened. From the looks of it, Jiu Wuji and the purple-haired bandits hadn't met for long. Meow. A silver-gray cat the size of a palm condensed a gray-golden whip into a necklace and wore it around its neck. That cat! The experts that arrived felt weird. The wrinkled elder and the 13th prince could faintly see the little thieving cat participate in the battle between kings. Retreat! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing flew into the distance in a layer of silver-purple light. The thieving cat that had just appeared had also disappeared. Cough! Cough! Jiu Wuji barely managed to climb up from the dust. He was extremely weak, and his face was filled with fear and unwillingness. Jiu Wuji, even if you can't beat those two brats, you shouldn't have lost so badly. The genius king of the Jiang family, Jiang Qin, had just arrived. Some of the experts that arrived later were full of surprise, and their eyes twinkled. Under this situation, no one else dared to chase after the purple-haired bandits. Even if they had the guts, they didn't have the speed. I underestimated the enemy. That purple-haired youth. Jiu Wuji had a solemn expression. He only briefly explained what had happened and didn't say anything about his guesses about Zhao Feng. In reality, Jiu Wuji controlled the situation in the beginning. However, Zhao Feng's soul Dao domain affected the situation at the end, adding on the little thieving cat's sneak attack. Jiu Wuji's boat failed miserably, and he lost completely. If they fought again, Jiu Wuji might not necessarily win, but at least he wouldn't lose so quickly and miserably. It seems that what Jilon said was true. The truly terrifying one is that purple-haired youth. The wrinkled old man pondered. Jiu Wuji, the young king of Grand Duke Yuan's palace, and the others all agreed. Everyone's attention was attracted by Nan Gongxing, and they completely ignored the purple-haired youth next to him. The bloody truth proved that the neglected purple-haired youth was the truly terrifying one. Near the dusty mountain range, the leaders and elites of the encirclement forces gradually gathered. After this battle, everyone lost confidence in hunting down the purple-haired thieves. After all, the grudge between them and the purple-haired thieves hadn't reached the point where they had to fight to the death. However, Jiu Wuji, Jiang Chen, the 13th prince, and company weren't willing to give up so easily. Whoosh! At a certain moment in time, a brilliant violet figure flashed over from the horizon behind him, and it surged with an enormous and shocking fluctuation of origin energy of the heavens and the earth. Who are you? The elites of the forces roared. It's Zhao Yufei. The expressions of Jiu Wuji and the other kings changed dramatically. Whoosh! Soon, a beautiful and elegant purple-robed fairy landed near the mountain range. Why did Zhao Yufei suddenly interfere in this situation? Zhao Yufei is the Duanmu family colluding with the purple-haired thieves? Jiu Wuji's expression was grim as he questioned. The purple-haired thieves were the only ones who didn't rob the Duanmu family in the ruined ancient city. Purple-haired thieves? How could you let those two escape with your strength? Zhao Yufei said expressionlessly. Hearing that, Jiu Wuji instantly became angry from embarrassment. Even though he was an elite of the older generation, he had lost to Zhao Yufei and the purple-haired thieves. He had lost all his face. The expressions of some of the leaders and elites present were ugly as well. Sister Yufei. The eyes of the 13th prince, who was wearing purple and gold battle robes, lit up, and he immediately came over to chat with her. The wrinkled elder couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Some of the people who knew what was going on revealed expressions of understanding and started to talk. The 13th prince's love for Zhao Yufei wasn't a big secret in the noble circles of the imperial capital. Zhao Yufei and the 13th prince's age were close. The 13th prince saw Zhao Yufei's beauty and aura at a random gathering in the imperial capital, and he was instantly attracted to her. Zhao Yufei had the bloodline of the spiritual race, so her skin and appearance were like that of a goddess. Normal women couldn't be compared to her at all. In the Great Gan Lord dynasty, countless people and geniuses thought of Zhao Yufei as a goddess. Among them, the 13th prince, who had a high status, was one of the strongest competitors. Although the 13th prince wasn't very outstanding among the princes, the sacred emperor of the Great Gan Lord dynasty liked him and even gave him the sacred emperor's sword to protect him. According to some rumors, the imperial family of the Great Gan Lord dynasty once proposed a marriage to the Duanmu family, and even the sacred emperor wanted to bring the 13th prince and Zhao Yufei together. Is that true? Why would the declining Duanmu family reject such a chance? Low murmurs could be heard from the crowd. Some young geniuses looked at the 13th prince with envy and jealousy. If he could marry a goddess with such a noble bloodline, it would be the dream of many geniuses and forces. Unfortunately, there were differences in birth, and normal geniuses didn't even have the right to chase after Zhao Yufei. Sister Yufei, the situation is like this. The 13th prince had a passionate expression as he told her about the process of chasing after the purple-haired bandits. In the past, Zhao Yufei was very cold to him. However, this time, the goddess in his heart asked him about it, and the 13th prince was overjoyed. Therefore, the 13th prince spilled out all the details he knew. What surprised him was that Zhao Yufei seemed to be listening very seriously. When she heard a kitten, Zhao Yufei's beautiful eyes flashed with an unprecedented splendor. Brother Feng, you really appeared? But white? Joy and surprise appeared in Zhao Yufei's eyes. The 13th prince had never seen her like this before. She was as lively and beautiful as the girl next door. The eyes of the beauty in his vision seemed to become hazy, and her eyebrows would occasionally furrow as if she was thinking deeply. The 13th prince was intoxicated by this scene. Zhao Yufei, what is your goal in interfering with this? Jiu Wuji said in a deep tone. He realized that Zhao Yufei seemed to be very concerned about the purple-haired bandits. It's obvious that I also want to chase after those two bandits. Zhao Yufei said with a cold expression. Ah. The geniuses and elites of the various factions were shocked. Chase after them? Your Duanmu family doesn't seem to have any enmity with those two bandits. In fact, they even benefit from each other. Jiu Wuji's expression was cold. Some of the older elites present also revealed puzzled expressions. Zhao Yufei also wanted to chase after the purple-haired bandits, but she didn't seem to have a good reason. Jiu Wuji, when you fought with those two bandits, did you feel that there was a pure God crystal in the spatial domain of the youth in black? It wasn't a substandard God crystal. Zhao Yufei had a smile on her face. A pure God crystal? Jiu Wuji and company couldn't help but reveal thoughtful expressions. That's right. When I fought with the youth in black, I felt a powerful undulation of power in his spatial domain. Jiang Qin nodded his head and said, Jiu Wuji, Jiang Qin, and company had clashed with Nan Gongxin before, so they could faintly feel the aura of the evil God crystal. My bloodline aura is extremely sensitive to crystals that contain high-quality yuan qi, let alone true God crystals. Zhao Yufei explained, hearing that the geniuses present understood. Apparently, Zhao Yufei had the bloodline of the spiritual race, which was one of the 10,000 ancient races. Her compatibility with the heaven-earth yuan qi had reached an unbelievable level. True divine crystals were priceless treasures even in the dynasties of the continent. Some sacred lords and even demigods would probably fight over pure God crystals. Great. With Yufei joining us, we should be able to kill those two bandits. The 13th prince was overjoyed. He wanted nothing more than to be able to spend more time with the goddess in his heart. Although Zhao Yufei was the adopted daughter of the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family, she had the noble bloodline of the spiritual race. Any force in the world would want to marry her. If Lady Yufei joins us, our chances of success will increase dramatically. Jiang Qin from the Jiang family nodded his head. The number one beauty of the Jiang family, Jiang Feishue, started to chat with Zhao Yufei. The two of them had met once before. The addition of Zhao Yufei made the morale of the other forces increase dramatically. Adding on the allure of the evil god crystal, the pursuers became even more motivated. With Zhao Yufei, Zhou Wuji, and the other king geniuses as the center, the leaders gathered and started to discuss what to do next. Brother Feng, I will definitely find you. Zhao Yu made up her mind. She believed that after a few years, Zhao Feng would be able to confirm that Lu Qinxin was dead and would return to her side. Within the divine illusion dimension, in the sky above the boundless sea of trees, a silver-purple light dragged two figures as they moved quickly. Hu! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng let out a breath as they looked back at the mountain behind them. Zhao Feng was slightly weaker. Due to the limitations of his cultivation, it took a lot of energy and bloodline to unleash such strong battle power. If Zhou Wuji is so strong, then what level has Zhao Yufei reached? Nan Gongsheng murmured. Back then, in the true martial sacred land, he and Zhao Yufei had fought to a draw. Now, Zhao Yufei had surpassed him. Nan Gongsheng, with your current growth speed, you'll soon reach the peak of the Lord Dynasty geniuses. You didn't even use your trump cards like the Qin Kuan sword in the fight just now. Zhao Feng shook his head and smiled after drinking a mouthful of spiritual liquid. Zhou Wuji was an elite of the older generation, and his strength was probably in the top 30 of the imperial genius rankings. Nan Gongsheng was silent for a while as he thought about how strong Zhao Feng was compared to the top geniuses of the great gone imperial geniuses. Continue to chase after the black destruction, serpent dragon. Zhao Feng chose this path. He guessed that now that Zhou Wuji was heavily injured, those forces wouldn't be able to chase after him anymore. But what Zhao Feng didn't know was that with Zhao Yufei's participation, not only had the pursuers not given up, they had even gotten stronger. Chapter 8:15. 2 days later, in front of a waterfall, a youth sat in front of the waterfall, cultivating with their eyes closed. Their purple hair was very eye-catching in the wind and waves. Crystal core of a king. Essence of a jellyfish. 2 treasures appeared in Zhao Feng's left and right hands. Among them, the aqua-blue translucent sphere had already dimmed by 40 to 50%. The crystal core of a king still retained most of its luster. After I use up the essence of a jellyfish, my cultivation might be able to break through to the great origin core realm. Zhao Feng murmured. In reality, the true yuan within his body first increased in quality before increasing in quantity. The quality of Zhao Feng's true yuan was now even stronger than normal early-stage great origin core realms. The benefit of this was that his battle power would be stronger if his intent was more profound. Half a day later, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng opened their eyes at almost the same time. Nan Gongsheng's nose ring trembled slightly, and his nose twitched a few times. Zhao Feng's left eye constricted as he looked into the distance. Those people haven't given up yet? Zhao Feng's expression was grim. Darkness also appeared on Nan Gongsheng's face. At this moment, the pursuers hadn't found this place yet. However, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng's senses and items had already sensed it and found it. Should we go back and kill a few of them as a warning? Nan Gongsheng's expression went cold, and the purple and blood-colored crescent moon on his forehead flashed. Zhao Feng shook his head. These people have seen our strength, but they still dare to chase after us. This means that they have something to rely on. In comparison, Zhao Feng was more rational. The reason why Lin Yin was able to defeat Zhou Wuji earlier was due to the fact that Zhou Wuji had underestimated him. No matter what, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng weren't strong enough by themselves. Unless they had battle power on par with Zhao Yufei, they wouldn't be able to defeat Jiu Wuji and the other kings without fear of numbers. Retreat. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng merged into the depths of the complicated bay under the cover of a layer of silver and purple light. Zhao Feng, when can we go on a killing spree? Nan Gongsheng couldn't help but say. The power of the evil god crystal allowed his strength to soar rapidly, but it also affected his temperament. When my sacred lightning body breaks through to the 5th level and my emperor intent recovers by about 50%, these pursuers will just be ants. A sharp light flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes. After entering the divine illusion dimension, the most important thing for him was profit. Right now, taking the risk of becoming enemies with those powerful teams was simply not worth it. The will of a great emperor? Nan Gongsheng's heart shook. It wasn't hard to imagine that the left-eyed heavenly lord might be able to regain his former glory when the martial monarchs were recovered by 50%. Of course, the recovery of willpower was based on the foundation of the soul. Right now, Zhao Feng urgently lacked those soul path treasures. Ordinary soul path treasures were not very useful for his current soul recovery. Whoosh! The silver and purple light that they were in followed the aura of the black destruction, serpent dragon, and slowly closed in. The aura of the black destruction, serpent dragon, is becoming stronger and stronger. Its goal seems to be very clear after breaking through the seal. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. At this moment, he wasn't the only one who could follow the black destruction, serpent dragon. Nan Gongsheng also had the ability to smell through his nose ring. At the same time, the demonic beasts that the two of them encountered or caught a glimpse of were getting stronger and stronger. They could occasionally see the aura of a king within some beast packs. Sometimes, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng didn't want to cause trouble, so they took a detour. Some beasts had special abilities and would appear in groups. Even a group couldn't fight them head-on. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng flew to a vast area of hills. Wait! Nan Gongsheng's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly smelled something. Zhao Feng's god spiritual, I couldn't help but see the hard mounds beneath his feet. Boom! All of a sudden, an enormous and boundless gravitational force came from all around the mounds. Their blood started to boil. Even with Nan Gongsheng's foundation as a domain-level king, his body sank. If it were a normal great origin core realm, they would have been smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Rumble! The hill under his feet suddenly shook. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and a hill troll that was as large as a mountain appeared. In front of the monster, Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng were like children in front of a giant. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Feng's golden Kuan sacred lightning body had almost reached the peak 4th level, just the pressure alone would be enough to make other origin core realms cough out blood and die. Roar! The mountain-sized monster roared and waved its stone pillar toward Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng with hatred in its eyes. Dodge! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng quickly retreated in a layer of silver and purple light. However, the mountain-sized monster had its own gravitational domain, and it was as if they had fallen into a swamp, causing their speed to decrease dramatically. Even Nan Gongsheng's talent in space was restricted. Boom! Crack! The mountain-sized monster waved its stone pillar, and a bottomless ravine appeared in the hills. Sacred body, physical force. Silver and blue tattoos appeared around Zhao Feng's body, and a powerful physical force covered his fist as he punched toward the mountain-sized monster. A layer of silver and purple light appeared in Nan Gongsheng's palm and slashed toward the mountain-sized monster. Pung! Pung! Zhao Feng's bloodline and physical force attacks seemed to hit a metal wall. The mountain-sized monster didn't move at all, and only a scorch mark was left on its body. Whoosh! Whoosh! Nan Gongsheng's attack only managed to remove a layer of stone from the mountain-sized monster. That kind of terrifying physique and defensive power made the two of them suck in a breath of cold air. So it's a mountain king. A pair of wings made of water and lightning extended from Zhao Feng's back, and his green shoes shot out a beam of green flames. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure instantly shot out and left the gravitational domain of the Mountain King. Boom! The area where Zhao Feng disappeared was shattered by the stone pillar. Even the body of a king would be turned into mincemeat. Shua! At the same time, Nan Gongxing used a spatial technique and flew away. If it was a normal king, they might have died. Luckily, their strength was extraordinary. The defense of this Mountain King is almost unparalleled amongst those of the same cultivation. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing met up in the sky. Back then, Zhao Feng had met a similar mountain-sized monster in the Floating Crest Palace, but its bloodline was a bit weaker. It was only at the origin core realm. However, for Zhao Feng back then, the mountain-sized monster at the origin core realm was unparalleled. Woo! The Mountain King on the ground had an expression of hatred. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing couldn't help but be surprised. Soon, the two of them discovered a pile of hill giant monster corpses dozens of miles away. In terms of size, many of the Mountain Kings were bigger than the one in front of them. There are probably 4 or 5 Mountain Kings here, and they all died at the same time. Nan Gongxing's expression changed dramatically. If they wanted to kill a Mountain King, they would have to pay a heavy price. From the looks of it, one person did it, and it was done cleanly and cleanly. Zhao Feng concluded with his god's spiritual eye. This conclusion shocked Nan Gongxing. One person easily killed 4 or 5 Mountain Kings. What level was that person's strength? The battle power of the person who did it is at least comparable to an emperor. Zhao Feng analyzed further. After that, Zhao Feng found a pair of human footprints nearby and determined that the person who did it was most likely an outsider that entered the divine illusion dimension. Could it be that person's goal is the same as ours? Nan Gongxing had a solemn expression. The two continued to chase for a while, and Nan Gongxing felt that the aura of that person seemed to be chasing after the black destruction, serpent dragon, as well. However, that was also within reason. That person had battle power comparable to an emperor, so he was obviously courageous. Whoosh! The two continued forward and didn't give up on the black destruction, serpent dragon. Right at this moment, whoosh! On the other side of the hill, a bright sword light of lightning flashed through the air. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing felt an aura that was even stronger than Zhou Wuji's. The aura of the newcomer was close to the peak void god realm. Fellow humans, why aren't you leaving? A handsome male wearing purple and green battle robes appeared within the sword light of lightning. He held an ancient green lightning sword in his hand. The quality and aura of the ancient green lightning sword in his hand weren't any weaker than Nan Gongxing's Qinquan sword. Zhao Feng faintly felt that this man's face was somewhat familiar. Whoosh! The purple and green-robed male flew through the air and stumbled in midair. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his complexion wasn't good. Leave? Why? Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing had weird expressions. However, the aura of the other party and his weapons and equipment made them wary. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible force of gravity from the hill below bombarded the injured man's body. King of the Hill! The expression of the purple and green-robed male changed slightly. He had been attacked by the King of the Hill while he was warning Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing. Sky lightning 9 god tribulation slash. The purple-robed man slashed out with the ancient azure lightning sword in his hand, unleashing a dazzling bolt of lightning that covered the dark sky. Crack! The gigantic king of the mountain below was cut into 2 by the sword strike, and the area was charred. What strength! Zhao Feng and Nan Gongxing looked at each other and couldn't help but be surprised. What force did this purple and green-robed male come from? How did he have such terrifying battle power? The non-human genius of the Dark Moon Lord dynasty, ranked 9th on the Imperial Genius rankings, Wei Jing is chasing after us. You two should leave immediately. Don't get dragged into this." The purple and green-robed male wiped the blood from his mouth and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot through the air. Imperial Genius Rankings. Wei Jing, Zhao Feng, and Nan Gongsheng were sure that this purple and green-robed male was also being chased. However, the direction the purple and green-robed male was running in was the opposite direction of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Right at this moment, in the distant horizon, a faint blue rain of light fell, accompanied by the scene of lightning crisscrossing. "Ha ha ha! Ninth Prince, let's see where you can run to." A tall, non-human male with blue scales could be faintly seen within the rain of light. Arg! There were still some Imperials that were being chased by the rain of light, and screams sounded from them. The bodies of some geniuses and elites started to freeze and melt under the rain of light. Chapter 816. The expressions of Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng changed dramatically as they faced the rain of light. Those below the Void God realm wouldn't be able to last long against the corrosive rain of light. This rain of light seemed to be a natural talent of the non-human genius Wei Jing as he flew. This is the natural talent of summon clouds and summon rain. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart as he looked over. This non-human male was covered in scales and had a blue horn on his head. His appearance was similar to the serpent dragon race. In terms of bloodline, this non-human male Wei Jing might be similar to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon from before. Whoosh! 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 The rain of light covered a large area, and a portion of it soon reached this area. Let's avoid it for now. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng were covered in a layer of silver and purple light as they flew in the opposite direction. At this moment, the two of them didn't bother chasing after the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon anymore. The non-human male Wei Jing's cultivation had reached the peak of the Void God realm. He was the genius with the highest cultivation that Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng had met in the divine illusion dimension. One had to know that. Zhao Feng was only at the middle stages of the Void God realm at his peak in the Tsang Ocean. On the other hand, Wei Jing's bloodline was extraordinary, and his background wasn't simple. His strength couldn't be measured by cultivation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng, the rain of dark blue light covered heaven and earth. Layers of ice formed on the ground of the hills, and the blue rain of light left behind corroded holes that were so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The rocks here were extremely tough. After all, they could give birth to beasts like the Mountain King. But under the rain of blue light, these rocks were corroded like tofu. So, this is the strength of the 9th-ranked Imperial Genius. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng felt uneasy and cold as they retreated. The Great Gan Imperial Genius ranking didn't just include the geniuses within the Great Gan Lord Dynasty. It also included the geniuses of the nearby super forces. What was even more troublesome was that the cold power emitted by the rain of blue light could affect the surrounding environment. An invisible coldness spread through the air, and Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng's speed of retreat decreased dramatically. "I can't dodge it anymore," Nan Gongsheng exclaimed as he slowly unleashed his spatial domain. Zhao Feng's expression was calm. He knew that he couldn't avoid it. In terms of speed, the peak-tier King Wei Jing was more than twice as fast as Jiu Wuji. On top of that, the blue rain also had the effect of reducing speed. Pu piu piu. Drops of blue rain soon landed on Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng. That dark blue rain was a domain that came with his bloodline latent ability. It could even permeate through space. Sacred lightning body. A layer of metallic blue and silver luster appeared on Zhao Feng's body. Puff! Puff! The deep blue rain of light landed on Zhao Feng's body, causing lightning and water sparks to fly everywhere. A numbing sensation made Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrow. My sacred lightning body has a strong resistance against the elements of ice and water right now. However, this rain of light also has a corrosive property. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and sensed it. He could use his body to block the rain of light head-on. Normal void god realm kings wouldn't even have this ability. A layer of silver-purple spatial ripple appeared on Nan Gongxing's body and devoured the blue rain of light. Nan Gongxing couldn't help but feel envious. Zhao Feng had such a strong body after recultivating this time. Zhao Feng didn't need to use any true yuan. He could block the rain of light with his sacred lightning body alone. This wasn't just because of the sacred lightning body's strong body. It was also related to the water of wind lightning that Zhao Feng cultivated. At the moment, he was using the water of wind lightning to strengthen his body, so he had a strong resistance against the elements of ice and water. However, even then, Zhao Feng's body also felt a piercing pain and coldness, making him slightly uncomfortable. However, Zhao Feng still used his body to block the rain of light head-on. He didn't use any true yuan. Haha, Ninth Prince, if this continues, all your subordinates will die. Wei Jing, who was covered in blue scales, floated in the center of the rain of light. Everywhere he passed, the rain of light would form a storm. Occasionally, some of the Imperial's elites would die. These elites formed an array and blocked the rain of light together. Wei Jing purposely used the rain of blue light to slowly torture these people and put more pressure on the Ninth Prince. Ninth Prince? No wonder he looks familiar. Zhao Feng started to think. Only now did he realize that the Ninth Prince and the Eighth Prince, Zhou Lu, shared a similar appearance. However, the Ninth Prince's talent and strength surpassed the Eighth Prince and the 13th Prince he saw not long ago. Wei Jing, you come from the 4-star Dark Capital cult and are ranked 9th on the Imperial Genius rankings. But you dare to ambush me while I'm fighting the Sky Snake King? The purple and green-robed 9th Prince said through gritted teeth. The 9th Prince's cultivation was close to a peak-tier king, and the ancient green lightning sword in his hand was an inheritance sacred weapon that wasn't any weaker than Nan Gongxing's Qinquan sword. Art! Screams sounded from the crowd that was engulfed by the rain of light. All the elites below the great origin core realm died in the rain of light, and this was under Wei Jing's purposeful torture. Whoosh! Whoosh! The silver and purple light that Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng were moved in another direction to avoid getting close to Wei Jing. Humph, 2 little bugs. Wei Jing's blue eyes glanced coldly at Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng. However, his focus was on the 9th Prince, so he only controlled the rain to trap Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng. Zhao Feng and Nan Gongsheng felt the pressure increase dramatically. Whoosh! 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 The rain of light formed a whirlpool that pulled at the two. Zhao Feng, if we team up, we can break through this rain of light. Nan Gongsheng said in a deep tone. Wei Jing's strength was too strong, and he might even be comparable to an emperor. Nan Gongsheng didn't want to offend him. There's no rush. Zhao Feng was calm, and a ripple of water of wind, lightning, occasionally appeared on his silver and blue metallic body. Nan Gongsheng revealed an expression of disbelief when he sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, the aura radiating from Zhao Feng's body was becoming more condensed and stronger. The blue rain of light landed on Zhao Feng's body and started to wear it down. Some of it even seeped into his body. Zhao Feng occasionally circulated the water of wind lightning so that the rain of light was more evenly distributed and seeped into his body. Next, Nan Gongxing and Zhao Feng remained within the rain of light. They didn't get close to Wei Jing, but they didn't leave the range of the rain of light. The feeling they gave off was that Nan Gongxing's spatial domain was trying to resist and struggle. I'm sorry for dragging you two into this. The 9th Prince, who was flying away, said apologetically. Although he was strong, he was heavily injured by Wei Jing's sneak attack and could only run. The 9th Prince could only hope that he could meet other human experts. However, even if he met normal elites, they would probably be caught in the crossfire when facing Wei Jing, who was ranked 9th on the Imperial Genius rankings. "It's fine," Nan Gongxing said. He was a space elemental domain-level king, and he had the evil god crystal and substandard god crystals within his body. As long as he wasn't attacked by Wei Jing head-on, the Rain of Light was nothing. In reality, if it weren't for the fact that Zhao Feng wanted to stay behind, they would have left Wei Jing's domain already. The 9th prince felt that something was wrong from Nan Gongxing's and Zhao Feng's emotionless expressions. The purple-haired duo seemed to be struggling, but they didn't seem to be afraid of death. In fact, the expressions on their faces could even be considered calm. "I am the 9th prince of the Great Gan Lord Dynasty, Zhou Zihong. May I ask your names, and if we can work together to force back this non-human enemy?" The green battle-robed male took a deep breath and said in a solemn tone. He found that the purple-haired duo weren't weak. The youth in black was a space elemental domain-level king, and the purple-haired youth was able to block the rain of light with just his physical body. "Nan Gongsheng." The black-clothed youth answered simply, "Zhao Feng." The purple-haired youth was expressionless. "But now isn't the time to team up. Let's run a bit longer." Hearing that, the 9th prince's face twitched. That youth said it so casually, "Let's run a bit longer?" Wait, what's that youth doing? The 9th prince felt that something was wrong. Through the overlapping images, the purple-haired youth seemed to be bathing in the rain of light. He seemed to be in pain, but he also seemed to be enjoying it. The ancient dream realm spiritual fruit from before has been digested. Zhao Feng closed his eyes. Wei Jing's innate ability, the blue rain of light, was of the element of ice corrosion. At the moment, Zhao Feng was using the water of wind, lightning, to refine his physical body. Right now, his sacred lightning body was facing the bottleneck of the peak 4th level. He was just a tiny bit away from breaking through. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blue rain of light flowed around Zhao Feng's body, and it was accompanied by wisps of lightning. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng was using every second he had to circulate his sacred lightning body and wind lightning technique. He was using the blue rain to refine his body as much as possible. This junior is too crazy. He dares to use Wei Jing's natural talent to refine his physical body? The 9th prince took a deep breath. Half the time it took to make tea later. Within the spatial domain, Zhao Feng's body glowed with silver blue light. His physical force crackled around him, making him seem like polished metal. His entire body seemed extremely heavy. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's powerful physical body made Nan Gongxing next to him feel pressured. Sacred lightning body, peak 4th level. Zhao Feng had a joyful expression as the aura of his physical body suddenly increased. With one move and one thought, his powerful physical strength created an invisible barrier that repelled the blue rain of light around him. That brat! Wei Jing finally felt that something was wrong within the blue rain. He didn't even look at Zhao Feng, who was only at the small origin core realm. Seriously before, even though Zhao Feng's physical body was strong. After all, there were many non-human races with powerful bloodlines and bodies. What a human bastard. He dares to use my natural talent domain to refine his physical body. Anger appeared on Wei Jing's face. This kind of thing happened to him. It was a kind of humiliation. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had broken through to the peak 4th level, and he could fight against normal kings with just his physical body alone. If he could break through to the 5th level with this foundation, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body would be able to dominate those at the king level. Brother, you're so brave. The 9th prince couldn't help but admire Zhao Feng. Any other origin core realm wouldn't even be able to run away from Wei Jing, let alone use his natural talent to refine his physical body.